Going on, family? Welcome to King Talk. As you guys enter, make sure we get these likes up. Let's get these likes up, family. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Welcome to Save Talk. Save Talk. Welcome to King Talk. Save your tears. You guys enter. Welcome to King Talk. Make sure you get them likes up. Save your tears. Save your tears. Guys. What's going on, family? Make sure we get them likes up as you guys enter. Let's get these likes up. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley. It's too early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Teej Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Teej Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Teej Hanley. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Teej Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Teej. Let the Teej force be with you. That's right, family. Feel the Teej. Go time. It's go time, family. Welcome to King Talk. Let's get the likes up, family. Get the likes up. What's going on, family? Welcome to King Talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Dr. HD, Humble Dad. We got Chicago Rilla, Enrique, Ricky, Shan, Michael, King Rio, the real Nathan, Lewis. Me, myself, I'm Lapeef Jr. Welcome to King Talk. Yeah. It's feel different, don't it? Yeah. What's going on, gentlemen? What's going on?
Bro, he went and got a whole new beat pack, huh? He got a whole new beat pack on y'all.
It's one of the classics, brother. One of the classics, You ain't been here in a while. Chi-Town, Chicago.
Shout out to all the doctors in the building.
Right.
Shout out to all the doctors in the building.
Who said black men aren't educated? They need to stop the lying.
This Chicago. You already know what's happening, doctor.
I'm good, man.
Congratulations, man.
I appreciate that, bro.
Yeah. Salute to you again, brother HD. So we're gonna call you brother HD, Dr. HD. I'm sorry, my mistake. Anyhow, how you gentlemen doing? Lewis, good to see you again. Michael, I know I seen you over there on the Kay and Kayla show. Enrique, it's your first time here, sir.
What's going on? What's going on? My pleasure. Pleasure's all mine.
Yeah, no doubt. We got Nathan in the house.
What's going on? What's going on? Appreciate you for bringing me on. First time as well. Shout out to everybody on the panel.
Yeah. It's your first time on King Talk, but not the first time in networks. But
Facts.
still, salute to you. Good to see you again. And to the people that's out there, thank you guys for tuning in. It's too early, y'all. Tuning in to King Talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Just make sure you mute in between, fellas. I'm hearing some feedback from somebody. I don't know if shout out to the sponsor again, Teej Hanley. Make sure you guys fill the Teej. Click that link. It's in the description. Get 30% off along with a free gift. And in case you guys don't know, we are live in ATL, baby. ATL. Make sure you guys get your tickets. VIP is sold out. Early bird sold out. We got some general admission left. Get your tickets because once they sell out, there's nothing we can do. Salute to everybody that has bought their tickets already. I know majority of the people is coming there on the panel. And hopefully everybody that hasn't come, if you're just getting in soon, hopefully you guys come. Hit the like button. Also make sure you subscribe to the channel. And I think I took care of housekeeping.
All right, man, it's going to be a three-way battle. If you have not, listen, man, if you have not got your tickets for Atlanta, I already told y'all how y'all missed out on Houston, right? It was a family reunion. This is a 2-day affair. You got King Talk, Sheik Critique, Lapeef Let's Talk. Kay and Kayla doing the show. Man, it's a gang of shows popping off both days, fam. Right?
Yeah.
It's a gang of activities popping off in Atlanta, man. Listen, get your ticket. As an added bonus, Logic is doing Magic City Monday. Logic is sponsoring chicken wings and beer. Put a 1 in the chat for Logic. What? Throw your chat ninjas up for Logic. Him and Quest is sponsoring chicken wings and beer, and they tipping all the strippers at Magic City when we touch down. You dig? And as another added bonus, looks like me, Kelly, Kayla, and who else? Oh, Jonathan Barreville. It's a dance battle. It's a B2K dance battle popping off. And I don't know what y'all talking about with that basketball game. Y'all all too old. Ain't nobody finna rub it down that court. So I don't know what Dr. HD talking about with some basketball game.
Okay.
Listen, I can hoop, bro.
Yeah. You know, shout out to the hoopers and shout out to Rilla for that, all that energy, man. Let me go ahead and salute the people already before it gets heavy. Shout out to the new members. We got Chrissy, she's a member. King is a member. Oh, this shit is gonna be my bad. Here we go. Cole. Do this. I messed that one up. Shout out to Amber Marie for the nothing like our king sitting on their throne. So shout out to you. Quest early with the super chat. You ain't a real chat ninja. If you didn't like the video, there you go. And shout out to Andrew Edwards with the $9.99 super chat. So I still want to kind of make sure I take care of that before it gets heavy and build up. All right, it's gonna be a great show, fellas. It's gonna be a great show. I do see Logic is in the house, so shout out to my bro Logic, him, Chaotic, Amira, and Mel. They had a great show. This right before this is Lapeef Politics. If you guys haven't, it's a new addition to the family, so make sure you guys check it out. It was definitely impactful. It's something that's different. A lot of game, a lot of knowledge, a lot of hurt feelings, and a lot of feelings in that conversation. But that's what it is, man. It's that time. With that being said, let's go ahead and get this show started. How you doing, Shan? Hydrating over that H2O. Damn, you okay?
I'm good. I'm super good.
What the hell that was, man?
This? Oh, you already know.
No, I'm talking about that sound.
It's the best way to drink water, baby. BCAAs. Everybody knows it's the fountain of youth, the bottle.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what that sound was. Maybe it was the pressure from the bottle or something. I don't know. It sounded weird though, didn't it? Was it just me?
No, it sounded weird. Hey, Shane, put that in the back chat, bro. What you got? I never heard of that.
So when I was in the military 1,000 years ago, we all drank a lot of water. Everybody says drink water, drink water, drink water. Everybody, all you got to do is drink water. You want great skin, drink water. You want to feel great, drink water. But it's hard to drink water. Everybody knows. Anybody over 30 don't want to be just slugging a gallon of water every day. It sounds good to say on Instagram and, oh yeah, I got my bottle. But the people that take a picture of their bottle of water, they only have it for one day. They don't have it no more. The cheat code to drink a lot of water is add BCAAs. So BCAAs is super inexpensive. It's about $15 for a month's supply. So, you know, and if you get if you get like the 90 scoop joint, that's like $30. So it's like, it's cheap. Comes in all the flavors. It's like Kool-Aid, right? It's actually better than Kool-Aid. It's sweet. It's no sugar. It's no sodium. It has none of the bad shit that you get with fucking, fruit punch and Gatorade, and it's not expensive. It's not like apple juice that's just really sugar water, and orange juice, Tropicana, that's really just sugar orange juice. BCAA. So what that is amino acids. You're knocking out two birds in one stone. So one, you need to drink water, but how do we just drink water? Because water, a lot of people just don't want to slug it all. You make the water taste good. Well, how do you do that? You go get any flavor. Like this right here, I think is orange mango. I did orange mango this month. Last month, I think I did strawberry lime. Next month, I think I'm gonna do blueberry, like mojito. It's like all these dope ass flavors that when I go out and I go shopping, I go out to a restaurant or I go out for lunch or whatever, I never get a combo because I already have my drink with me. So that saves a little bit of money. There's that. Two, because it's sweetened, I drink a lot of it. And next thing you know, I'm knocking out a gallon a day. But I'm not drinking water, but I am drinking water because all it is just simply water with 2 scoops of BCAAs. It's a powder. You pour it in. The amino acids is another thing that all humans need. It's what we need. We even heard it in the movie The Matrix when he was like, "You want to eat this? Well, it has all the essential amino acids: leucine, liamine. I forget all it's 7 of them. It's 7 amino acids that everybody wants, but nobody gets them. And our food today doesn't have enough. It doesn't. The food in the American diet, you're not getting the amino acids you need. So the cheat is, and a lot of people just don't realize this. All you got to do is run to Rite Aid or to Target or to fucking any place that sells healthy shit and grab a jug. It's always a 30-day supply of BCAAs. Add 2 scoops to 2,000 milliliters and you'll be drinking that water all day, every day. Your pee will be clear. It won't be yellow. You can forget about yellow pee. Your piss is gonna be clear. Your body's gonna love it.
That's a sermon on this BCA, ain't you?
All I did was say put it in the back check.
Do better.
I said,
I want people to do better.
What's your affiliate link, Shan? What's your affiliate link?
No, so here's the thing. I don't endorse no particular brand. And so everybody says, Shan, okay, what brand do I go get? Any of them. Any of them. It doesn't matter what brand you get. I like, I'm not even gonna tell people what I like because it doesn't matter what you have. Target has it, your local grocery store has it.
Save some of the energy for the topic, Shan. You know, save some of it for the topic.
I'm ready, baby. I want everybody to be healthy.
God, Shan just hit that Hawaii 5-0 on y'all, man. He won
50 years old, baby. I think I'm probably the oldest one here, right? I'm the oldest man here.
Bicentennial Shan.
I'm 54. I'm 54. I'm older than I got you beat, Shan.
You got me beat?
Yeah, 54. I thought you knew that.
I thought I had you beat, JR.
No, man. I've been in the game for a long time, bro.
I will be releasing raw BCAAs. The formula is coming out in 6 months. Make sure y'all watch for the link.
Okay,
there you go. Ricky Williams boxing. He knows.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the topics. But if you start your kids off early with water, then they'll drink water just like veggies. So, that's the real cheat code right there. Start them off early. What happens is that a lot of adults don't like to drink water, so their kids don't drink water. Adults don't like to eat veggies. Kids don't eat veggies. They don't know no better. So if you introduce it to them early, then you get an early start. That's my cheat code. So anyhow, let's go ahead and move on again. Get your tickets to Atlanta, August the 5th and August the 6th. Fellas, this is going to be a great show tonight. Save your tears. I want y'all to hold on to that phrase. Save your tears. It's going to probably make sense when you get into those moments when you see those tears. Just tell them save them, right? I see Rilla laughing. I see Shan. He like, I don't know where you're going with this. Nathan just like, oh, shit. King with that same face. We can't read you, King. You unpredictable, man. We got to watch you, man. You might be one of them silent assassins. Stay ready, Nathan. We got to watch
Take Rio to Vegas with you, man. Take Rio to Vegas. Have him at the poker table with me.
Oh, yeah.
Already.
Are you ready? Yeah. Save your tears. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, keep that in mind. Let me go ahead and read these real quick, man, because I don't want to have to stop. They keep building up. Salute to everybody that's supporting, holding us down. Arch King Talk, let's go, $5. James Holman, shout out to the brothers. Let's talk. King Talk, let's go. Kelly, shout out to the panel. Welcome, New King. Shout out to my guy, Shea Rilla, Ricky, Rio, Shan, and Dr. Humble Dash. You got it right, Humble. Rilla dance battle with Zone. And Doug Will says, shout out Beard Gang. Everybody got beards.
Shout out to the bald men on this stage. That's what's up, y'all. That's what's up, y'all.
Yeah. There you go. Shan, I didn't realize you had a beard. You got a beard.
Man, Papa Smurf, man. He Papa Smurf on y'all.
Okay. Yeah. I was trying to understand like which angle I really want to go with this, because I think this is a very important topic, especially with everything that's going on and taking place. And we'll dive into that a little later. But I do want to kind of speak to the gentleman about our women. One of the biggest things that has been an issue with our women is accountability. And that word is on the thumbnail and is in the title. Accountability. We had this constant talk back and forth across all these platforms about women being able to be accountable for their actions, particularly their mouth these days, right? Because their mouth have been foul, really foul. And when it's almost like you don't really think it's a reality until it happens to you. And unfortunately, I am a victim. It has happened to me currently. So I'm just want to come out. I heard this was a safe place to be and to speak out on it. So, fellas, I'm going to speak on it if you don't mind. Is there anybody triggered by these words thus far? I just want to make sure I'm being courteous. I know we got some new people. You know, I don't want to step on any toes or have to bring out that hurt feelings report. But if I do, I understand. I know what time it is. I mean, we all human, right? We're supposed to feel. That's what I heard. So let's talk about saving your tears and accountability. How do you guys feel in general, just with accountability? Have you guys, do you think that most women, we're not talking about all, right? And in order for us to have solutions, we have to address the problem, or at least be able to identify what the problem is. And then we have to have on the other side, people have to acknowledge that there is a problem. Because if they do not acknowledge that there's a problem, then how can we get to the solution? It's always this back and forth about what it is that you guys are not talking about shit. But again, I'm a victim. It's currently just happened. And I was in a state of mind where I just couldn't believe what the hell was going on. And this is just a conversation, right? I'm not talking about the Roe v. Wade. We're going to get there about that. But this is just in general. I'm going to go around the panel real quick. Just throw your 2 cents in, and it got to be long, but just talk about women and accountability. What are your thoughts, just so we can have a little bit of context of which direction you may be going in later. But I was speaking once, fellas. I mean, I know it's a
accountability, man. Accountability I'm making a thought change process, right? The modern Black woman. Right, I'm not gonna keep talking about other races because I don't deal with them. The modern Black woman, from what my thoughts is that accountability is like raid to roaches to them. It's like raid to roaches. Anything, whether they try to put it off on you, gaslight it back to you. Your mama didn't love you. What's going on? Who hurt you? Anything to get around the point that they need to be held accountable in the situation. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick. I'll say, I done watched on these panels in this space again for the last year and a half, and it's just amazing that when the conversation is on men, for the most part, you see men acknowledge, accept, we need to do better, we need to do this, or I accept that challenge, or I reject that premise, or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I literally just saw you talked about Amira and them having a great show. I literally saw during that show a conversation that was being held about women. Then it was pivoted to what about men, though, right? So shout out to the late, great KS and the recognition he received on the BET Awards, rightfully so. But when he said accountability is like kryptonite to the modern Black woman, to Ricky's point, absolutely spot on and undefeated.
All right.
Just to keep it simple, you know, the modern black woman, I would even say like old school women. You know what I'm saying? And so modern doesn't necessarily reference like a certain age, but it represents a mentality. Because I know older women that if I've talked to them about the decisions that they've made, they always put the blame on somebody else and not themselves. So I just want to add that particular caveat that when we talk about black modern women, that it's a mindset and not an age group. And so they struggle with the aspect of having accountability because they've never had to have it, you know. And so as a result, that's what it is that we deal with. And then they also teach it to the young ladies that are coming after them.
I'll say, I think, you know, it's funny because I think the modern woman does take a lot of accountability. I just think she takes accountability for the easy stuff. I'm too nice. I was too giving. I gave too many chances. Most of the time when I hear accountability from a lot of women, it's accountability about the things that that really make them a good person. You know, oh, what's your greatest weakness? Oh, I'm just too loving. That's the accountability I hear a lot of them take, but not the accountability surrounding the deep issues that are really out to impact or fix our community.
Okay. Next up, anybody else? Rio?
I think Real Nathan was talking, but he was on mute.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. I'm not used to having the mute on. I was going to say, let me piggyback off of what you said, Michael. I think that's the issue, right? The issue is downplaying and dismissing the level of culpability and what you do or what harm you bring to a situation. I think it's the delusion is the issue. And I think from my experience, what I've seen and, you know, just in general, is that you have some women who have a hard time distinguishing between a reason and an excuse. And so perception at the end of the day becomes reality. And that's why it's so difficult to hold some women accountable, because they truly believe that they're not wrong. And I think that's the pathology behind it.
Hey, Nathan, let me ask you a question just real quick. Were you ever in the military?
No, law enforcement.
Okay, because in the military, I learned the phrase, my perception is your reality. You want to change your reality, change my perception.
There you go. Absolutely.
You know, it's rather unfortunate how, you know, when women perceive accountability as something negative or something to kind of shade or slight, but in reality, it's rather more of an opportunity to kind of acknowledge oneself, one's shortcomings, and kind of making the necessary adjustments and realizing the errors in their ways. You know, accountability is more an opportunity for growth and kind of understanding, as opposed to this sort of negative connotation that it tends to carry. And I think that because a lot of women feel that it has a negative connotation to it, they tend to kind of deflect from, you know, that accountability and really take a moment to do some self-reflection. So
I agree with a lot that was said. You know, when I think about one taking responsibility for their actions, I think about what does it look like when they actually do it. And Michael spoke to this point somewhat as well. You know, and I thought even further about, okay, well, what about when they do take responsibility for the bigger things? There's often an exaggerated response. Well, it's always my fault, you know, or I guess you're perfect, or they start crying, right? And they find ways to pull on your emotions to kind of lessen the severity of your reaction or whatever the repercussions may be. And I think they learn this behavior in childhood, and I think girls so somewhat get a pass with a lot of things, whereas little boys are kind of taught to kind of man up and own it, right? And so it's kind of hard to change that behavior, you know, in a relationship when it's not really your job to raise them, right? And it would take a lot of undoing before you get there. And that's a lot of self-work that they would have to be willing to do.
Okay.
Yeah, me personally, I just feel like accountability is like, for them, it's like saying sorry. They don't know how to do it. They don't say sorry. For women to say sorry, their version of sorry is being nice to you, cooking you food, maybe having sex with you. It's like, nah, I'm empty and still feel like you abuse the situation. So it's just not something they're used to. Sorry is not in vocabulary. Accountability is not in the vocabulary, and they just say sorry in other ways. But I need to hear that 5-letter word, and then everything is okay.
Let me add to that real quick. A technique that's used is I'm sorry you're upset, or I'm sorry I made you mad, right? So it's a way to kind of makes you believe that you're the problem still.
I'm sorry you took it that way.
I'm sorry you took it that way. Yeah. I'm sorry your mom
Yeah.
didn't teach you better, right?
That's a passive aggressive.
Right.
Nathan, you mentioned that you used to work in law enforcement. Do you find that a lot of women can kind of cry their way out of a ticket? That in that same situation, a man really wouldn't get a pass?
Yeah. And then also looks, that's a thing too. Pretty privilege, that's a thing. So yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, and not only that, I think perfect example just jumped in my head. Domestics, women get the benefit of the doubt against men. We saw that with like the Gabby Petito case, for those who are familiar with that. We saw that recently with the baby and his girl. She's cursing out the cops. He called the police on her. She's running all throughout the rooms and all that. She's a danger. She could have hurt the officer. So it's this idea that women can't be dangerous, right? So they play on that.
Johnny Depp, so
Johnny Depp, perfect
cost
example.
that man so much money now. Now you're finally gonna get that money back, but all those years, God forbid, he didn't get, look at all that gone for lies.
Well, good point with that Johnny Depp situation. They had I broke down a video. They had a domestic call. Well, he recorded a conversation between them. And he was talking about, hey, you hit me. You were hitting on me. You punched me. And she was like, I didn't punch you. I barely touched you.
I hit you. Like, I didn't punch you. I hit you.
Yeah, I didn't punch you. I hit you. Like, those are two different things, right? Like, so that's that thing from earlier. Someone mentioned that they try to downplay that accountability. He's like, it's a closed fist and you put force behind it. And then she said, you're a man. That something to that effect. You're a man that doesn't hurt you.
Of course, like we're not supposed to have emotions. We're not supposed to feel pain.
Right.
We are superhuman to them.
Correct. Correct. And someone mentioned earlier about the exaggeration. They exaggerate events. It's like, oh, he pushed me down the steps, or, he threw me into the wall. And then you watch the video and you're like, ma'am, you tripped. He was nowhere near you. Right. So I see a lot of that, unfortunately, some women can take an event and then put a little sauce on it and then make it out to be something that it actually isn't. And that's a lot of times how a lot of brothers get in trouble, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I think it's a lot that's being said right now, and I think it's very important because in these situations, if you're not thinking logical, then women will walk you down that path. They'll walk you down that path and have you confused in what your original thought was, what your original intention was. Like they'll take a moment and like they'll just stay right there in that moment. It could be your tone. It could be anything to distract from being able to hold themselves accountable. So I think you guys are talking some real shit right here. And I wanted to really like play that over, because if a man doesn't hold himself accountable, it's strange, right? I'm not really sure. There are men that don't hold themselves accountable. I get it, right? But one of the things I'm teaching my son is making sure that he holds himself accountable, because if you go out here blaming everybody else and playing victim, you're not going to be able to last in this world. And one of the things that I appreciate from like Logic, recently he's been saying that when you see this bad behavior, we have to check it. We have to check it, right? And I was sitting here like, should we check it right then? Should you stop it? But if nobody checks it, they will never know. I get it. It may be a little bit too much in the moment. But somebody has to speak up. Somebody has to let them know, because there's no telling how many times they've been getting away with murder, so to speak. I'm just speaking figuratively, right? And then you have like the Antons talk about these unruly women. They are reckless out here, reckless, and not enough people are speaking up on it. You literally have women that are in households right now that are exhibiting this behavior, and it's going unchecked, and they think that it's okay. I want to kind of expand on it a little bit, man. Just in that moment, like, what do you guys see as happening? Do you guys even know how to recognize what's going on? Do you guys speak up on it? Should you address it a certain type of way?
Hey, Lapeef, I'll just say this, just to what you said. And so I'm a minister in my local church. And one of the things I'm coming to the realization, just with a lot of what's going on, it goes back to the scene in the garden, in the Garden of Eden. Eve takes a bite of the apple and she looks to her husband and says, "Well, you have some too." And I'll be honest with you, I think all of us have been Adam in that point where she took a bite of the apple and said, "Well, if you love me, you'll bite this apple too," even if it was against our moral compass, even if it was against what we know to be better. And I think one of the prevailing issues is women want to be worshipped the way that God is supposed to be worshipped. And I think that's where the problem lies. And it's identifying when said woman is looking to be worshipped rather than be led.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. 100% transparent, man. Looking at these last events that went on in the last couple of days and the responses you get, the responses I get, I can't speak for nobody else. The responses I've been getting, like, it's getting to the point in my mind where, tell me if I'm shooting in the dark, fellas, but it's like, in my mind, it's like it's not even worth it. That's where my mental capacity getting with these modern hyenas, bro. Why? Like, why waste I could break it down to you logically. I could break it down to you to the nth, and you can't question what I said, but you always try to throw it back. They always come back to, oh, it's your fault. It's the man's fault. It's the man's fault. So tell me this, right? How can y'all say y'all want power with no responsibility?
So being a woman, that's what they want. All
Right.
thing, because that, you know what's funny? My girlfriend or whatever the case is, whenever I mess up, it's like, you did X, Y, Z, which is fine because I'm a man, I take accountability. She mess up, now all of a sudden it turns to we. Like, how did we get involved in your mistake, but my mistake is my mistake and your mistake is our mistake? Like, it's so confusing to me, but that's how they work. It's like, we're a team until it's somebody else's fault. It's like, well, I'm just here. You're supposed to lead the way. How did you let this happen?
But this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, you can't have the power position without the responsibility that comes with it. Like, ladies, y'all need to pick a goddamn story. Y'all need to pick a story, right? Either the black man, he ain't shit and he ain't worth being with. He not worth being a leader, right? Or y'all fucking up at y'all job.
I think that
the other.
I think that the issue is, when we talk about accountability, the problem is you can't complain about the people that you're actually selecting. And a lot of men don't really care until you have some women who will put out a false narrative about men. And then the men look at you and say, well, that's who you picked. Because as men, we know that all we do is offer our services. A woman has to accept it. So if you see that, I think the bigger issue that a lot of women are not accepting is that they don't know how to pick good men. They don't know how to distinguish between them. And they have a hard time distinguishing between their wants and their needs. So they focus on their wants. That's what they go after. And then they worry about their needs after something they need is more relevant than their want. And they realize that the guy that they pick, the Tyrone or the Pookie, right, who appears to be a man, he has this image of like a performative masculine man, but in fact he really isn't. And then you get mad when it doesn't work out because you need him to do real man stuff. And he can't hold up to what a man is supposed to hold up to. And then you blame the man as if it's his fault. A dog is going to be a dog. A woman has to give him a bone, right? So at the end of the day, women control that. And so instead of just admitting that, one, I'm not picking well, two, when I pick wrong and I realize I pick wrong, I stay way too long in that situation. They then turn it around and say it's the man's fault. And so that's the issue that I've seen plenty of times. Women who have gotten relationships with guys and guys have cleaned out their apartment, and then I go and talk to them. They don't even know this guy's his real name. You know, these are our women.
Hey, Nate Dogg, but see, and again, this is why, for me, there are safeguards in place in terms of women picking men. It's the exact reason why before I married my wife, before I proposed to her, I went and had the conversation with her dad. She's a whole grown woman, can make her own decisions. I still wanted to get his approval. Why? Because she's going from covering to covering. And ladies, it's important that you understand that. Like, y'all just gotta, that one, y'all gotta own that, man. Like, you don't pick the best men. It's the reason why you need to have, preferably your father, vetting the man that you choose to be with, but at least some male figure in your life, brother, uncle, somebody. There's purpose behind that. Nobody's trying to control your life, tell you who you can be with, who you can't be with, so on and so forth. You're going from covering to covering. And Ricky, to your point, if we look at the events of the last 3 days, we can actually tell who has a covering, who doesn't, and what type of covering they have.
I was going to say to the point of should we check it? Absolutely. You know, I think Ricky was like, "What's the point?" Well, you got to think about we've not said anything for a very long time, and this is where we are as a result of us not saying anything and being somewhat complicit in these events. We've kind of, as men, we've created the environment to a degree in which they feel like there's no need for accountability. Why? Because we wasn't checking them, right? Or someone wasn't checking them, or they didn't have a father in their household to let them help them understand that you can't just say whatever you want to say. You can't just do whatever you want to do. There are consequences to your actions. Like I'm talking to I'm talking to my daughter, right? You know, yes. And her mom's not here currently, but you know, my girl, she helping, right? But at the same time, she's not here. But like, for me to talk to her about, there are consequences for her actions. Like she even struggles at times understanding that what she says or does is going to have a consequence. So it's important for us to talk to them about it. And then sometimes it may get heated, you know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. But to say, why worry about it? I would say that there are people that are going to be listening. There are people that are changing, right? And we've seen that as a result of KS talking. Kevin Samuel saying, you know, this is what it looks like prior to me talking to you about what's going on. And women have actually said, when I listened to Kevin Samuels, my mindset changed and I was able to grow from there. So you're not going to reach everybody. You're just going to reach the ones that want to change.
Indeed, right? But again, this brings back to my point. Like I always said, again, if the men, like, y'all don't hear me, man.
Did you hear what I said?
It always come back on the man, right? We talking about the woman taking accountability, but it always come back on us. So I'm going to say to y'all, like I say every week, if it's my responsibility, if it's the man's responsibility, no matter what, why the fuck can't y'all fall in line? So what are y'all? Are y'all women? Are y'all grown-ups or y'all children? Are y'all not able to better yourselves and y'all decision making, or y'all need us to do it? Pick a fucking story.
I think the problem is there's nuance to it. I think what Doc was saying, he's absolutely right. You know, men have gotten so lackadaisical that women have gotten comfortable, and this entitlement, this sense of entitlement. So one could argue that the men are responsible too. Now, I think where women fail at is when you have men who are actually telling you the keys to success, and you want to do what you want to do. That's different. The issue is, are you dealing with a woman that's hard-headed, or are you dealing with a woman that is willing to grow, evolve, and learn? Right? Again, we can't do anything if we talk about where did all this stem from. People always talk about the chicken or the egg. A father needs to be present, absolutely needs to be present to bring this whole thing back to balance. Well, if the father's not there, then we can't blame the woman for that, right? If that's the issue, then one would argue that, well, if the men are missing and the women are raising the men, then the men are becoming the same thing that the women created. So this whole thing becomes a cyclical process. So the men are gone. These boys are being raised by men. These men are coming out here and they are actually dating the women that the women are complaining about. One would say that's the woman's fault. So we could argue that it's on women. I like to argue from a perspective of women who don't listen. Women who don't listen cannot be protected. So we all had a bad start, right? There's dysfunction in our community. Yes, that's true. People who don't listen are a problem. They're not willing to course correct. That's the issue. And so I wouldn't say we're throwing it back on men. We're talking about women's accountability. But if we're looking at it from a macro perspective, we're both to blame. That's a fact.
I want to ask a question, and I do want to get some of the guys like Shan and Michael and King in here on this question, because one of the things is if we see bad behavior, so to speak, right, or we see some things that needs to be checked, whose job is it to check it? Should it just be the immediate circle? If we're walking and we see some bad behavior, should we check it then? Should it just be our family members, even on these spaces, right? Because this is a constant battle back and forth. We on these co-ed panels, and we notice some bad behavior. Should we be the ones to check it then? So let's just talk about it. Let me go to Shan, Michael, and King, and Louise. My apologies. I really have to let me know the correct pronunciation. So my bad. Go ahead, Shan.
You asking the same question that we had a whole show on 3 weeks ago. Women, they can't be checked. You can't check them. The toothpaste is out of the tube. It's too late. It's 2022. Who gonna check me, boo? That's what they screaming. You can't check them, man. The best recourse now, because who's gonna say something to? First of all, they're not gonna listen to you. They're gonna talk shit. They're gonna piss you off. You can't hit them. You can't shake them. They gonna, what's the recourse? The recourse that has been in place for thousands of years is no longer here. So it's not like I could see a sister on the street and be like, hey, sis, come on over here. Let me. She gonna look at me like, nigga, what? And then, your girlfriend, what you gonna say? She gonna be snap at you like, well, nigga, I pay half the rent here. You leave. You go. You get out the bedroom. What the fuck? No, that's my car. What you talking about? Don't make me call the police. You can't check them. The best recourse is to walk away. The strength that men have today is to use your feet. This is one of the reasons why we're trying to talk to the youngsters, because there's so many beta simps out there. It's so many out there, so many white knights out there that's doing whatever they can just to get a sniff of some pussy, that it's making it hard for us to get shit in order, because we're all out of order right now. So the best recourse is to simply walk away, man. They'll drive you to drink and then call you a drunk. You gotta, it's, like for instance, and we gotta stop giving, we gotta stop. I don't know if we realize how many outs that we give people subliminally. Like for instance, shout out to my man, Officer Daly, where he says women are not, they don't know how to pick good men. I used to say the same thing, but now I don't say that no more. Women know how to pick good men. The same way you guys know that a Volvo is one of the safest cars in the world, but we still want a Camaro. I know a Volvo is going to protect me in an accident. I know a Volvo is going to get me from home to work and work back home safe and sound if I ever get hit in a car. Nathan Daly's seen many car accidents out in the road. He knows the cars that keep people safe, but we still want a Mustang convertible. We want the flashy ones. Women know how to pick good men. They know what they know what a good car is. They just don't want them. But when we say that they don't know how to pick a good man, that's almost, whether you know it, giving them an opportunity of an scapegoat and say, oh, well, you know what? I wasn't taught. I didn't know. I had no idea. No, you knew. You know what a good dude is. You
so
know,
like
you
you're
know,
enabling bad behavior.
Yeah, you know what a good dude is. Let's change that statement and say, no, y'all know how to pick good men. You're just not. You're picking the ones that you know ain't no good, but he's flashy. He has personality. He has the 666. He's putting it down in bed, and you ignoring the guy that you know is best for you. You ignoring the car that you know will keep you safe, so you can go driving this flashy one and stunt.
So Shan, I think it's interesting because you're right. I think women do know good men. I think women overestimate their value, and that those good men are going to be right there when they're ready. Let's face it, I don't know how old y'all are, but I grew up on Family Matters, ABC, you know, and you had Steve Urkel, who from, 6, 7 years old was pining after Laura. And you see Laura give it to everybody else but Steve Urkel. Steve Urkel becomes Stefan Urkel. And you see her giving it to him. They split or whatever the case may be. And so it took 30 years by their age standard. It took about 30 years for Steve Urkel to finally get a piece. Well, a lot of these women grew up on Family Matters as well. And a lot of women are looking for men to say, as Steve Urkel said, I worship the rain that waters the grass that covers the ground you walk on. That's what they want. And that's what they think a lot of good guys are. So they're like, let me go have my Stefan Urkels. Let me go have the dirtbags. Let me go have the bad boys, because I know XYZ is going to be right here when I'm ready for him. I'm back in my hometown. I just say this and then I'll pause. I'm back in my hometown. I lived away for 12 years. And I love being back in my hometown because I was a little nerd growing up. I was a little Steve Urkel when I was growing up. Girls had no play for me. Girls had no holler for me. But now I'm back home. I'm in my late 30s. I'm still looking good. I look better now than I did back then, especially now all the girls who stunted on me back in the day, they're overweight, they're heavy set. Now they want to give me some play. And I'm like, yo, you should have ate your vegetables early, but you wanted your cake first. Now look at what happens when you have too much dessert. And that's what they need now, unfortunately, is they need enough men to know, actually, I've outgrown you. Actually, I'm not attracted to you anymore. And when more men get to the space where when more men know their value and know their worth, they're going to know, you just don't fit into my life now. You fit then, but you've kind of expanded out.
The way I see it, man, like it's like what Shan and Mike just said, bro. They know they need us. They know they need us, but they don't want us.
Well, it's two things though. Go ahead, Lewis, right?
Yeah, Luis.
Go ahead.
Luis.
Lewis.
Hold on. I think Ricky was still going. Y'all gotta.
My bad, Rick.
Yeah.
My bad, Rick.
Yeah.
They gotta learn.
Ricky
They
got
gotta
these
learn
pauses.
the Ricky talk.
Yeah.
He does the Ricky pause.
I get my thoughts together. I don't just want to spit shit out. I get my thoughts together.
My bad, Rick. My bad.
It's cool, bro. It's cool, right? So it's like I said, man. I'm just not understanding this. I'm not understanding it. I'm not. Right? I'm not. The example that y'all want to use for the men that y'all supposedly exalt, the ones that y'all would be with, the ones that y'all would make the exceptions and concessions for, are the ones y'all know y'all shouldn't be with. Right? They tell us all the time. How many conversations you done heard your sister or some girls, some women having, girl, he too nice. He just too nice to me. He too boring. All he do is go to work and come home. Right? Y'all won't conform to that. Right? The modern black woman. Right? And I'm gonna keep saying that because when you say you, it's never that woman you talking to. Y'all know that, right? It's never her. Right? It's always some other woman. It's never the one you talking to. Right? So they tell you, right? You want all this, you want the security, but you want it from, the guy that's not gonna give it to you. And then y'all wonder about the results y'all get. Then y'all want to cry and say men ain't this and men ain't that. When you know that dude, right? That dude that he's 6'4", he muscular, he hitting a lot of women because that's what y'all do. Y'all share that same dude because he is who he is. That's all I got to say on that, man. Y'all weird out in these streets, bro.
No, well, I was going to chime in and say, I think there are too many safety guards in our society to protect women from themselves. I think that the bad behavior, the hot girl summer and the sort of moving in a very promiscuous manner and the bad decision makings, there's always these safety nets to kind of catch them from falling too hard. And until they have hit rock bottom, they won't really realize and wake up at that moment. It's sort of like being at the dance and everybody's already got a partner. And the music is starting to slow down and the lights are starting to come down and they're scrambling and looking around and notice that there isn't a viable candidate or option because you were too busy chasing the Tyrones and the Brandons of the world that you missed your blessings along that way. I think you might have missed multiple blessings, right? And they turn around and say, oh, men ain't shit. Well, maybe perhaps the men ain't shit. It's maybe the men that you pick and the men that you try to prescribe to that aren't shit. Because if you took out the binoculars and you look 6 degrees to the left, there's a whole pool, a whole new team of men and candidates that you could choose from. But since you've overlooked these types of men over and over and over, and hopefully by then these type of men have gained a conscience, right? That they understand their worth, that they're not doing a double back to entertain you. That ship has sailed. And until that happens, a lot of them are just going to be on this perpetual hamster wheel, repeating the same acts over and over. That's all I got.
So I kind of have a question more than anything. I listened to Rilla. He advised that their fathers should be vetting us, assuming that they have one, right? And Shan mentioned that we should walk away once we recognize those accountability issues. So in my mind, what I'm beginning to think about is how do we vet out women with accountability issues early in the dating stages so that we don't even have to go through this whole song and dance with them later on. What can we, does anybody have a solution from that standpoint? I mean, what are some things that we could recognize early on?
So King, for me, and fellas, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I think if women have love languages, I think men have respect languages. And what I mean is respect my judgment, respect my abilities, respect me in the way you communicate with me, respect me in public, and then respect me in your assumptions. And I think out of those 5, one is more important than the other ones. And that's what you start listening for from women. If respect and communication is big for you, you start listening to the way that she talks to you. If respecting your judgment is what's important to you, you start listening. You start listening for how she follows on the little things. If it's respecting your abilities, listen for her nagging early on. If it's respecting assumptions, listen for what she thinks about you as you're planning things. And I think the more you identify which of those are important for you, it becomes easier for you to vet against it, because then you immediately know, you know what, my respect language is communication, and I don't like the way you talk to me. So we just you see what I'm saying? Like you put this boundary in place to where you now can immediately look for what's a red flag for you, and you can just walk away.
Like I said, King Rio, y'all know how I feel. Be a man at all times, right? Be a man. Like people think I'm mean when I say that. When I tell I don't give my wife no outs, I'm not giving you no outs. I'm gonna do what I'm supposed to do. So when something funny happen, I know who to blame. I know who to blame. It ain't no guessing. It ain't no, oh, maybe I wasn't doing what I supposed to do. That no, I'm holding up my end of the bargain. What the fuck is you on? Plain and simple, bro. Right? It's not, oh, you know, what woman? I got my wife. I'm looking at how y'all is out in these streets. I can spot a woman with a decent head on her shoulders just by conversation. Right? But no matter what, y'all always want to put it, we talking about y'all, but y'all still want to try to put it, what, y'all don't fuck up? Ain't nobody said we didn't fuck up. Who said that? This is King Talk. If y'all want the female side, it's 1,000,001 fake women gurus out here telling y'all how y'all supposed to keep a man. Why are y'all here? That's all I got.
I think that's important too, Rick, for women to understand is when we're trying to hold y'all accountable, we're not being hard on you. A man is 10 times harder on himself when he drops the ball.
I'm being hard.
Y'all would have no idea what that's like. You know what I mean? It's just important, especially if we care about you, for us to communicate in situations when you need to be held accountable. And it's important for you to be able to respond in a mature way. Because when we start to get those juvenile responses, it's like we start to feel almost like Rick was saying earlier, damn, it might not even be worth saying. You know what I mean? It may not, because you're not even able to receive this on a mature emotional level. So
yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of going to like nip it in the butt. I think it's kind of like human nature, like anything else. Give somebody an inch, you're gonna take a mile. So if you don't pull that person back, like, hey, come here, or a dog or a child, like, hey, then the dog's gonna be halfway down the block. It's like, is it really worth it to run after the dog, pretty much? But if I would have told the dog to come here 5 minutes ago, would have been standing right here instead of 5 steps, it's 10 steps. And you know what I'm saying? Instead, you're not running as far to, you know, to reel the woman in. And with me, it's sort of respect and communication is numero uno. Once I get a sense of that, it's like, yeah, nah, I don't do disrespect well. So once I speak and it's like a lot of pushback and it's like, you're not really listening to me. Once you ain't really listening to me, I get tone deaf and I don't really listen to you. And regarding to women wise, the women who tell them how to keep a man, they call them pick-me's. So that there's really nothing, no way. It's all about women wanting to change. If a woman doesn't change, it's like taking a horse to the water. They don't want to drink. There's really nothing to do. You're beating your head against a wall, pretty much.
Add on to that, because when you talk about how do you find out whether or not they're worth anything or not, man, the conversation within maybe a couple, I asked maybe like 3 questions, and I know right away that you're going to be a waste of time, or as some men, as we like to identify women, you're either going to be good to play with or build with. There really isn't no in between. You know, that's another thing we need to teach, you know, our women. Like, this is how men define you. You know, there's no in between with us. We either going to build with you or play with you. It doesn't take long for us to figure it out. And, you know, sometimes I used to get them out the park real quick with one question: are you submissive? You know, and if you start to shake and have a mental malfunction, you just can't compute, then I already know you're not even wasting my time. You know, I'm not going to waste my time with you. If that word triggers you, you're not the woman for me. And that's a quick one. You don't even have to waste no time. You can do it before you ask for the digits, when you run into her at the mall, at the Walmart. Yo, you submissive? Oh, I can't. Oh, okay, cool. Peace out. I'm good. You know, and that's usually my one hitter quitter. I don't even waste. There's nothing else. I don't need to know your name. None of that. If you
what's
have
the other 2, Nathan? What's the other two? I want to know if it's in alignment with my
Listen,
my
you
main.
trying to get, you gonna
I
have
got a
him
main
giving
one.
all this
I'm married
game
twice,
away, bro.
divorced twice, and I can tell you a common denominator between my two exes. What's the other two you got, Nathan?
So
One is submissive. One is, are you submissive? What's number 2 and 3?
So one of them is, you know, I'm a religious guy. I'm a Christian, so I throw that one out there. You know, want to be equally yoked with my missus. And then I asked them, you know, how many kids they want. They want children. I also throw out a question too. I'll ask them, you know, who gets the final say so? You know, if I'm a leader, do you have an issue with me leading? Do you trust me enough to lead? Or do you trust your man enough to lead? And I always ask women to define what they mean, what their definition of submissive is, to see if they understand it. And then I'll ask them, why do they think that women don't like that word? And if they can understand, if they can, you know, kind of articulate that in a way, then I'll know exactly the type of woman I'm dealing with.
Women
My number one question
is slave. That's the only thing. They put those two words together, which is not far from the same.
Right.
But hey, I guess, do you think, Mom?
What one of the things though, we're talking about women in their accountability, which is, you know, we all know that's an issue. Let me challenge the panel with this though, because I'm curious to know how you guys think about this. Because when I'm breaking down issues, I kind of always try to get to the source as close as possible, the root of the problem. That's just kind of how I think. I believe that the environment has created a situation where the weakest men are the most valuable men in these moments, right? Because there's no need for a real man in today's time, right? Someone argued that you don't need a man to protect you because you have the police. You don't need a man to fix your sink because you have a plumber. You don't need a man to build your house. We got contractors, right? So we're living in a world now, currently in these modern times, where a real man, a man that a woman should be having, we're being overlooked, right? Because there's really, in a sense, is there really a need for us in this moment? Which is why there's a need for us after some women end up hitting the wall, because they start to see the value and the importance of having a man of quality, a man of substance, a man of integrity, a man in his purpose. You can play around in the early stages of your time in your life because it's not really, quote unquote, they feel like it's not really as important. There's a saying that goes around where tough times create strong men, and strong men create for easy times. Easy times create weak men. We are currently in easy times. These are easy times. So it's almost, and this is not an out for anybody, because the reality is, in easy times, what do you, right? So I thought that COVID was going to be the factor that was going to turn this thing upside down, to where women are forced to find a guy who can build, fight, protect, you know, be structured. And it kind of wasn't. You know, the reality is these times are so easy for women that, again, when we talk about, they confuse the difference between needs and wants. Not to say that they don't know any better, because they do. They're grown and they absolutely know what they need. They go after what they want, and then they complain about it later on when things don't work out. Like, we know that, we see that. But I'm just curious on your thoughts in reference to how the environment, the current settings of this country kind of play a role in the dynamics.
I think that was the plan. I think that was the plan. They call them the projects for a reason, right? Right. See, these other people understands whether you want to do it a Jewish, Caucasian, Asian. They understand. They all understand what we can't seem to grasp, that the family is the basis of wealth and success in your society. Right. That's where it starts. I said this before, I'll say it again. Look at the names that y'all want to put on y'all body so much. Gucci, that's a family. Balenciaga, right? Chanel, Louboutin. Those are families. But our responsibility. If we talking about accountability, let's talk about accountability. Since y'all think black men never take accountability, let's talk about it. What happened? Right? After Reconstruction, when everybody moved to the north, and then society, the federal government started taking over and putting in social plans. This is what they did because life was so hard and getting so hard during those times, like the early 70s, the 80s, when the gas crisis was happening and the money was thin. Right? What they did, they said, "Hey, you know what? We gonna get y'all some help, but for you to get this money, you got to get rid of your dad." What the men should have did, what we should have did, what our father should have did, was like, no, fuck that. I'll go find a way. If I gotta rob to make my fight, to make my family stay together, I'll rob your ass right now trying to present this to my family. That's what we should have done. Right? And unfortunately, what happened is that we let the woman or together make the decision for that man to leave the house to go stay at his mom's house or his pop's house or grandpop's house and come visit, come back at night when the social workers ain't there so you can get that check. Right? But what happened is from that, right? Before in the days when you had to go out there and work for a living, you had to till the land with your hands and make shit either in a factory or on a farm or within your own way, right? You had to rely on a man for that. So the shit that y'all didn't like, the little shit y'all don't like, right? That now y'all can't seem to get past, right? That stuff you had to deal with it because you know what? You and your babies had to eat. You had to eat. Right? But somewhere in between that time, I'm going to say really it's probably like 75 to about 85. That's when that shit got really serious. 1975 to 1985. It got to the point where I don't need no man. I got this check coming in. I don't need no man. I got this check coming in. Shit, you know what I'm saying? He here eating up my baby's food. He another mouth to feed. Every day, every week, every month, we got to hide him. He got to be in the bathroom. We got to make sure he pack his clothes up in a paper bag and put them out, in the back. And he got to go to his mama house so we can still get this check when the social worker come back every month, right? So then our women start saying, why I got to go through this? Not only that, why I got to put up with this man's shit, because we fuck up. And then it went from that to this. This is what it went to then, right? Oh, black woman, aid is not the way, right? It's not the way. Get your ass into college. Take on this student debt, and then you go, especially in the 80s, boy. Y'all remember 80s? I'm about to be 50 years old. I remember the 80s like a mug, right? Hey, it's the me generation. Me. Fuck everybody else. It's all about me. Get the car, get the career, get the house. You don't need nobody else to do it. Right? And the problem is that we allowed that to happen by not being better. But I'm telling y'all, every man on this panel, every man who didn't have a father in their life heard that shit from their mama ad nauseum about how their daddy wasn't shit, about how their daddy wasn't there. And we grow up saying we need to be better than our fathers. I would never let my baby's mother, the child of my mother, go through that bullshit. We understand the sins of our fathers. When y'all gonna admit to the sins of y'all mamas, though? Because mama always right. Even when mama wrong, she right. Don't disrespect mama. Don't question mama. Big mama, hey, she know what she talking about.
Moms be out here foul. They be wrong too. And unfortunately, the courts, the criminal justice system, police all leverage against men. We talk about men's rights, custodial rights. We don't have any. I think this is a perfect opportunity for men to start speaking up now that the Roe v. Wade is overturned. We need to be gathering our voice and saying, hey, matter of fact, we demand this, we demand that. We need to get these laws changed. It's grossly unfair and unequitable how men are treated. And when it comes to child support, custody battles, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but you see what happened in Florida yesterday, just yesterday. That's the difference. That's the gynocracy, where you know it's a government of women ran by men for the benefit of women. Just yesterday, the governor of Florida, for the third time, vetoed the reform, the alimony reform. And in that bill that he vetoed, that passed through, the Florida government was saying that men and women, after a divorce, the kids are automatically 50-50. Automatically. It doesn't lean heavy to the women as the current law stands. But out of that, men and women are automatically 50-50. And then it also goes to say that there's term limits on how long alimony goes. Now, we all know in America, alimony is 97% paid by men, 3% paid by women. Out of 100 people, 97 are men that's paying alimony. Only 3 people in that 100-person room are women. And in Florida, they were saying, look, if you've been married for, you know, a certain amount of time, then we're going to pay you alimony based on the length of marriage. This is the new law. They were saying based on the length of marriage. And if you're over 20 years, that we do a commensurate of maybe, you know, a certain amount of time. But it was going to be retroactive. So it was going to affect the people that had already been paid. And the governor said no. And everybody's scratching their head like, why wouldn't you want to do that? Why wouldn't you want to make men fair? Why wouldn't you want in Florida? Florida's already a weird state for me. I was thinking about retiring there, but I think I'm changing my mind. They already was saying, why wouldn't you want to make it so a father and a mother automatically just automatically get 50-50, and then you guys can work out the differences in court? Why are you just going to automatically give it to women like you guys do it across the nation? The man vetoed it. So while we are talking about we need to change these laws, when we even get close to changing them, when we say men should not be raked over the fucking coals in alimony for the rest of her life, because that's what it is. There's no term. There's no ending on alimony after a certain amount of time. In California, if you've been married over 10 years, it's for the rest of her life unless she gets married again. In Florida, I don't know what the age is or how long the marriage is, but it's for the rest of her life until unless she gets married again. And they were getting ready to turn that over for the third time, and the governor said, nah, keep it like it is, because I don't want to hurt the people that's kind of already. He was talking, his excuse was, I don't want to hurt the people that's already getting alimony because it's going to take their money away. Some bullshit like that, man.
Well, let's
they not helping. Even when we can change it, officer, if they don't want to change it.
Hey, Nate, can I jump in real quick, Nate?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Really quick. So, Shan, let me tell you a story. And shout out to Mr. Palmer too. Follow the money, bro. The reason why, take a look at what government get. How does the government benefit? So listen, real quick, because I always use myself as an example on these panels, and trying to get better by not sharing so much with y'all. But I think it helps.
Come on.
So I've been on child support for some time, right? I've been having a conversation with Georgia child support in particular over these last couple of weeks because they didn't adjust the order accordingly. My son just turned 18 and graduated high school. And I said, hey, what's going on? Right? You're supposed to adjust this order because I still have a daughter that I pay child support on. And so one of the things that they opened up the call with, Shan, not how can I help you? How you doing? So on and so forth. They verified who I am. You know what they said? Yeah, you have an outstanding balance of whoop-de-whoop on this fee. I said, what fee? Oh, it's a da-da-da-da-da fee. I say the same fee that I can look on the app and see that y'all take it out every paycheck. No, that's that fee. There's an additional fee in addition to, you understand what I'm saying, bro? So when you follow the money trail, and I would posit that Florida is probably one of the states that's making it hand over fist, because Texas does it a little bit different, right? Texas has a cap on child support. It's equitable. It's a lot more equitable for the man in Texas. And I agree with you too that it's a gynocracy ran by men, but for women. So I wouldn't disagree with that either. But I'm just saying, follow the money trail, and you would you will see why DeSantis would veto a bill like that, and probably to the detriment of him being able to run for governor again. But yeah,
Well, nah, because women are voting too, right? And not only that, it's a $1 billion industry, and that's the piece that people are forgetting. And Chicago brought it up. It's a $1 billion business. And it's no different than tickets, right? When the officers write you tickets, you know how much of those ticket dollars go to the city or to the state, to the county. It is a lot of money pulling through these courts. That is a lot of money. And not only that, what's the rumor? Shannon, you just said it yourself, right? Gangsters don't die, they do what? They move to Miami, right? So you got ballers, right? You got ballers in Florida. Guess what they got? They got kids. And guess how much money they got to pay for child support?
Hey,
right?
and Nate, I hate to interrupt you, but if we want to tie that into all the situations of what's going on that got everybody in an uproar, right? As a populace, the birth rates are declining at astronomical rates. Y'all do the math.
So can I ask just a question? Yeah, just because with what's currently happening, because what I hear you guys say gynocracy, what I hear is corruption. Just over the course of the conversation, I hear dismantling of the matriarchy, especially in the Black community.
Oh,
right, because Ricky was waking it up, because what Ricky was quoting was the Moynihan report from 1965.
Exactly.
But what a lot of people don't know is that Moynihan took his source material from E. Franklin Frazier, The Negro in the United States, back in 1939, right? So 1939, E. Franklin Frazier, who's a Black sociologist, starts talking about how Jim Crow, how Reconstruction, how slavery were all put in place as a way to keep the Black man down, thus effectively making the Black community a matriarchy, because where there is no man cannot exist patriarchy, where there is no nuclear family, so there can be no wealth. Let's get rid of the man. This is what Moynihan posits in 1965. So from we'll say, just because they've been tracking the data since 1954, I think, or something along those lines. So from 1954, you said 1954 to present, I think we've got to agree that a lot of the women that complain about the men, and I'll tie this back to accountability. A lot of the women that are complaining about men and their issues, I think somebody said it earlier today, are the direct result of women raising these men. The Black community has been a matriarchy for at least 65 years. And if the matriarchy has been in existence for 65 years, it's become it's been a power struggle now. Because what you have is you have men who are willing to step up and say, no, I'm taking my place back in my household. No, I'm going to do this. And so what you have is someone who's been operating as a CEO. No, the board has elected to step you down a position, and we want to reinstate somebody else because obviously this ain't been working. And I think that's what some of the biggest issue is.
But Pastor, you say it's the dismantling of the matriarchy. How is that? Yeah. How so? If we can't even get no laws passed,
well,
that's beneficial to a patriarchy.
That's because it's never been about. It's all about economics, right? Like they're playing the long game. We're playing the short game. The reality is it's an economic attack against Black people, because we are actually, this is slavery 2.0, right? We are more valuable divided than we are together, because if we come together and we start building wealth, then we're taking wealth from somebody else, right? We only own 1% of the nation's wealth, yet we spent $1.6 trillion last year during a pandemic. So we have money, but we're not keeping the money for ourselves. We're not building it for ourselves. We're not keeping it within our community. What did Moynihan said this, and you're absolutely right about the matriarchy. I just pulled this up. He said, in essence, the Negro community has been forced into a matriarchal structure which, because it is too out of line with the rest of the American society, seriously retards the progress of the group as a whole and imposes a crushing burden on the Negro male and, in consequence, on a great many Negro women as well. They created this ultimate trick bag that they put the Black community in. They have our women believing that they are greater than their man. They gave them ego. They gave them entitlement. So now when the men come back and say, hold on, we gotta correct this thing, it's like, hold on, I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need you. Therefore, sabotaging your own environment, your own community, self-sabotage. We are essentially committing suicide against ourselves, right? This is all self-inflicted. All of it.
Yeah, that's why I just think, though, it's not dismantling of the. It seems like it's almost reinforcing it more so than it has been. I think we've always been in a matriarchy, not even goes back before 65 years, but I just think it seems like it's more reinforcing it and trying to keep these women and keep, the attack on masculinity,
right?
The attack on Black men. I think
basically
it's almost
breaking up the family,
dismantling it.
Yeah, putting men in dresses, right? That's why when you see this agenda that goes around, you always see Black men and Black
YG
boys wearing these outfits.
What was it? YG and
who
was it really?
Tiger.
YG, Tiger, and drag.
And I look
how you
at
get
it.
YG. Now I'm out here in LA. I know how I know LA. I know how we rock out here. And YG from Fruittown.
Yeah, money
because from Fruittown Bloods. How they get YG in drag? I don't know how that was possible.
It's simple. It's called money. And when you put money over purpose, right? This is the problem. That's all it is at the end of the day. It's money. You can't
tell y'all.
This whole thing has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with economics. It's about green supremacy. Their goal and objective is to keep us away from wealth. We create all the money for everybody else except for us. We are everybody else's economy except for ours. We're the Asian people's economy, Hispanics' economy, and we damn sure white people's economy. God forbid if Black people have an economy of their own, everybody's out of a job. One would argue that would ultimately crush this country. It's probably a national problem, right? It's an actual state of emergency if Black people ever get empowered. They can't allow it to happen. We will crush everything.
I mean, that happened right before Jim Crow, right?
Well,
you talk about the Freedom Bank, right?
Right.
When slavery ended, they seen that they lost money. And Black people had all of the skills.
Yes.
And they created their own wealth.
Yes.
And then they had a white man run the Freedman Bank, right? And he dismantled the Freedman Bank. And so we lost wealth then, right? And so then you have the Jim Crow laws that were supposed to be designed to keep us from gaining wealth, right? This is a part of my study, okay? So then once they see Jim Crow actually bringing us together, right? And we're building wealth. I mean, talk all the time about Tulsa, Oklahoma, but there were several different Black communities that were wealthy.
Rosewood.
You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of them, right? And so what they saw was that, they married. You know what I'm saying? They're doing really a lot better than we thought. People don't realize there was so many people against integration, especially school districts, superintendents, right? They was not with Martin Luther King's dream in that regard because they saw the writing on the wall was that you're about to dismantle the education of Black people, as well as you're about to take apart this home, right? And so what has currently happened is they saw that if you was to separate Black people, you now have two single people spending money, right? And so you have this man buying a house or an apartment and this woman buying a house or an apartment, and they have separate bills, right? And in the study that I read that Black people have no loyalty to anybody. It is whatever is popping at the time is who it is that we rock with. And as a result, that's why you don't really see a lot of Black people necessarily prospering from a Black entrepreneurial standpoint. And so now you have seen them say, Black women say, I don't need a man. And then men are like, okay, well, I need my position. So now it's been at war, gender wars, and then now it's even more such of a thing. And as it relates to economics, that's right. As long as they keep us single, right, they'll make more money.
Exactly.
Well,
Let me add this real quick before Enrique, before you jump in.
Yeah. Hold on, Nathan.
Go ahead, brother.
So I'm gonna let Nathan go, and then we'll go to Enrique, and then we'll go to Luis and King. I want to make sure we get them guys in because I know, they kind of sit a little bit reserved. So,
real quick, I just want to say the dangers of people giving us our leaders and we don't appoint our own leaders for our community. And when you really understand what's going on and you see they give you a holiday and they tell you to celebrate this person's birthday, right? They did it for you. They did it. They gave you this person. That's the person you need to investigate, right? That's the person you need to look into. You got to be careful of the Trojan horses that they give us for our community. One would argue that the same person that we praise once a year and we build monuments for, that person may have been ushering our own demise, right? The other person who said separate but equal, right? We don't celebrate his birthday, right? Why is that? So you got to look at the games that are being played. It's the same thing with BLM. It's the same problem, a giant Trojan horse to our own detriment. And so at the end of the day, one would argue that, again, we've integrated into our own demise. And there lies our biggest problem. And I just wanted to throw that. I don't know how people feel about MLK, but it is what it is, right? We're not here by accident. We're here by design. And that was the game. That was the game plan. To your point, Doc, they knew it. They saw it. They saw the power in our unity. How do we mess it up? Integrate them. And then let them believe that the white man's ice is colder.
All right, Enrique.
Yeah, what I was gonna say, just to backtrack a little bit. Like I said, everybody knows how much black people love money, man. We love to stunt on the necks. You know what I'm saying? So the white man just comes, hey, would you do this? Before, like I said, going back to black men in dresses. Before this wave, the only white man I remember being in a dress is Mrs. Doubtfire. That's it. That's the last white man I remember in a dress. Now, black men, you have Tyler Perry, Kevin Hart, Martin. The list goes on and on. Because they're trying to take down this whole male masculinity of black man type of thing. Look what the black man does. You think he's so masculine? Your man is wearing a dress, more or less. You know what I'm saying? That's what they try to do on the big screen to change the whole image of us. And in regarding to entertainers and white knights, Malcolm X said it best. What do we have as leaders? Trumpet players, entertainers. You know what I'm saying? We would never imagine the white man sending Machine Gun Kelly to the front trying to tell us about politics. They'll laugh him off the stage. But us, we got to have rappers, Diddy, all this other thing. Like, now let's get some educated men up there who really know what they're talking about to lead it to the promised land, other than folks that write lyrics and produce beats. You know what I'm saying? Because they know we love culture. So it's like, all right, let's just put one of them, let them speak, and then we're going to do the little 1-2 behind closed doors. But we have the black man in the front to lead them to pretty much nowhere, in a sense.
Louise.
One of the things that quickly comes to my mind is that now that we understand that the game, how do we interrupt the game? Do we continue to play? Do we change the rules on the chessboard? Do we substitute players? How do we make moves that put the black man and black masculinity at the forefront and take back our control of our image, take back the control of our community, right? Because it's not so much the violence that they're more afraid of. It's our love. Our love is what scares them the most. Our ability to have community, our ability to enforce the family, right? That's what they're most afraid of, right? And sort of how do we shift that paradigm and turn back the clocks to a point in time where we had respect, where we had a sense of community? Because, there was a saying at one point that, strong families, create strong communities, and strong communities build strong nations, right? and sort of if the Black community is a strong nation collectively, how do we get back to the foundational pieces that take us to the promised land?
Okay. King Rio.
You know, when I hear about Enrique, he brought up Medea, right? And some of the other brothers was talking about our structure within our communities and our families, and it made me think about who I thought was the strongest person in my family growing up. And for me, I came from a family that was very much matriarch. My great grandmother was the strongest person I thought I knew, right? I mean, she was the one that had stability. She was wise. She was strong. She knew how to put bass in her voice when she needed to. You know, her house was like a safe haven for any and everybody. If you fell off your square, you could go back there. You know what I mean? And that, you know, and when I thought about, okay, well, was she married? And she was at some point, right? But by the time I come along, her husband lived somewhere else. You know what I mean? There must have been some sort of dysfunction there. And there wasn't really anybody who had as much influence. I thought about, okay, well, when it comes to who were the decision makers, and I never really could think of anybody on that level or in that generation who was a man that had more influence than she had, right? It was like this mix of nerve and nurture. I feel like there's something to that, right? Because this is the person who literally takes care of everybody to some extent in bringing them up in their growth and their development, right? But also has the ability to deploy, you know, and enforce and a number of other things, right? And so I'm not sure how, I don't know if any of the men on this panel are grandfathers, but I'm not sure how we operate in real life, in real tune amongst our own families. But if we're operating in such a way to where we say, did you ask your grandmother, did you ask your mother, or we're just letting the women handle it and we're leaning back in our chair and clicking it to the next channel or the next game, we may be part of the problem, right? Because our youth are seeing who the decision makers are in this family structure. They are seeing who are essentially the enforcers in such a way, maybe not muscle, but they can say something and they can deploy, whether it be their sons, you know, or whoever has kind of just been up under their hand. And they are who everyone looks to. And then when they pass away, it seems like the family structure starts to collapse, right? It's not so much when grandpa passed away, right? It's more or less when big mama, grandma, great grandma, whoever, it's when she passes away, right? So when we talk about our communities, right, we got to sometimes just look right inside our families. Right inside our families. How are we conducting ourselves as men, right? Inside our own families. Are we the decision makers? Are we who people look to for wisdom, direction, help, protection? Do they really look to us? We can talk about it all day long, but do they look to us? Right? And if the answer is no, then we know we got some fixing to do right within that community that we were born into. That bloodline. And you ain't even got to put an age on it, right? This is just speaking to all men, because sometime it ain't going to be your uncle, your great uncle, or your grandpa who don't say nothing. Sometime it got to be you, right? And if you speak enough and you can back it up, because they tested a lot of time, the women, they see it if you could really walk it, honestly. And if you can't, their ears going to be closed to you. You know what I'm saying? It's sometimes it fall on our shoulders and we may be a couple generations down. But if we are to really have this shift that we talking about, we got to do it inside our families.
Yeah. I think that's very important, man. You know, if I was gonna say, I don't think we really realize how much influence happens within the house. And so we speaking just about accountability when it comes to our women. If you are the husband, you are the head of household inside your house, you got to look to see what's going on, what needs to be corrected, particularly since we're talking about women and accountability with your daughters. You know, if your wife, if the mother of the house, if she's not being held accountable or conducting herself in a certain way, guess what? It's going to rub off into her daughter. Because if you really look at some of these daughters, start looking at their mothers. Start looking at their mothers, and you can tell a lot. You'd be surprised if you actually had a conversation with somebody's mother, and then you look at the person that you know in real time and be like, damn. Now I understand, right? If you look at sometimes you can look at the mother, the single mother, and you can look at the son, and you can be like, oh, okay, now it makes a lot of sense. So a lot of things do start within a household. And if you are watching this, it's very important to make sure you get your household in order. If you're a man, make sure you command that household in a certain way that could benefit everybody in the house. You might got to do a hard reset and look to see what's going on, because once those children turn 18, sometimes it's a little early, they start feeling themselves, right? But once they turn 18, in some states, they can sign off to be grown at 17. Now you're letting them out here into this world, and y'all want to try to break these cycles and try to build a community. It starts within the home. And we're going to touch bases on that too, because especially with this Roe v. Wade, so many people are putting a lot of dependency on these laws and these rules and all this shit, man. It starts in the household. We're gonna get that off. I do want to play this video real quick, man. We can go around. I know we spent a lot of time on this. If you guys haven't already, I heard the likes are getting up, but they are quite not there yet. Let's get the likes to 1K. We pushing the 1K, family. Let's get the likes. So let me play this video, get you guys thoughts. We got to spend too much time. Everybody don't have to speak on it, but if you do want to chime in on it, then go ahead as we build into the meat of the conversation.
Hey, my baby daddy come here with one meal for my child, but I have 3 other kids. We have 1 kid together, but he only want to come and bring one thing to McDonald's. But what about my other kids? How come you can't feed my other kids McDonald's though? Like, that's bogus as hell. Like, you're not finna sit here and make my other kids feel left out, and you're only bringing one child something to eat. Look, there he go, and I bet you he only got one thing in there. I bet you he don't even. I'm finna expose out of him so people can see how he really is. It ain't more than enough food in that bag for everybody. What's up? Because I'm finna expose you. What? Because that don't look enough for all my kids. That don't look enough for all my kids. What is that? That's just one burger? One burger, one fry?
What he like? What do you mean?
Okay, what about my other kids? You know I don't get my food stamps to the 7th.
Listen, is that my problem?
But if you're trying to help out, though, you're not helping out.
I'm not trying to help. I'm trying to help my son.
But how are you helping your son when you're only getting food for just him and not the other kids, his siblings?
Listen,
them are his siblings, though. He's not finna eat in front of all his other siblings, and they're not eating on McDonald's. Why do I gotta put?
Bring him out to the car. I'll let him eat.
No. He's not finna eat that shit at all if you can't bring enough for everybody.
Lisa, so you're telling me that I gotta bring? So when I bring my son food, I gotta bring your kids food too now?
Yes.
You sound dumb.
How is that dumb? You sound dumb. You sound dumb.
Where are their daddies at? Nobody told you to talk to them other. You had them other kids. They're your responsibility. They're not my responsibility.
Okay, but if you're gonna bring one, you need to bring it for all. How do that shit look that I'm letting one child eat McDonald's and all the rest of the kids can't eat no fucking McDonald's?
So
you know I get food stamps on the 11th.
3 kids that ain't mine. 3 kids that ain't mine.
Yeah.
So Shan, I know it kind of sounds a little bit familiar. The panel, we kind of brought this up before about whether we would bring food for the other kids. I've been sent this video about I don't know, at least 10, 11 times already. And I think it's a good context as far as it's a good context right now, because as we build up to talk about this Roe v. Wade, accountability, babies, it just all makes sense. I'm gonna get you guys' thoughts about it again. Everybody don't have to speak on it. Rick, I see you shaking your head. This shit is hilarious because we just talked about accountability. Shan, I'm just curious though, like, would you still bring everybody food? I'm gonna come back to you. Just go ahead and think about it. Go ahead,
No,
Ricky.
let him
No.
answer
I can
that
answer.
question.
Okay.
I was on mute. I was just thinking. Listen. First of all, the question that you asked before was a guy dating a woman, has no connection to the children at all. He's looking to be with her.
Yeah,
That's
right,
different.
right.
This dude already been with her. That chick is batshit crazy. How are we supposed to check her? We talking about how we, you know, somebody, I think it was JR. I think it was you to say, you know, should we check a woman? How can she be checked, fellas? I'm not, you know, I don't watch the chat because the chat will fuck you up, and I'll be talking to the chat instead of to you brothers. How can that woman be checked?
She's can't.
There-
She's
He did check her.
No, he ain't check her. He's arguing with her. It's a difference. Checking somebody, it's a teacher and a student. Arguing with somebody, from a distance, you don't know who the fool is. They can't be. You can't check them. That is wild to me. That is wild to me. Now, here's the deal. He's bringing his son some food. Bring your son some food. I don't. It's almost like, God damn, what do you do? Wow.
The real question is, why does he not have custody of his one child to the other 4 that she has with other people? That's the real problem, because this is the issue we talk about, the courts, right?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
But Nathan,
He
you
said,
know,
bring
just
my son. He said, bring him out. Bring him out to the car.
Yeah.
I ain't bringing him out.
but
Well, that's what I'm saying. The court will still give the children to the mom, even if she's not qualified to raise them.
right. So
That's
They
unless,
bosses though. They bosses. They bosses.
unless
They on their purpose.
Man, I've seen it, man. I've had women. I've had women do the most trifling things and try to use the police to cover for them and write reports to help their cases in court. You know, and I would check the women in that moment. You know, men who really, a lot of brothers out here really want access to their children, and you have women out here, they call them baby mama terrorists, and they're really out here doing the best they can to make their life miserable. Not because the man isn't qualified, simply because they're mad at him, simply because they don't like him. Right? Has nothing to do with him wanting to be a father. I've watched it in real time, you know? And so she has all these kids. She can't take care of the ones she has. How come he can't get custody of his own child? You know?
but Nathan, you know the answer to that.
I know.
Because the
It
truth
pisses me
is,
off.
I don't know how it is everywhere else, but I know here in Ohio
It's consistent.
that if you're not married, right? And I'll be honest with you, fellas, this is why black men don't need baby moms. If you're not married, custody automatically defaults to the mother.
Correct.
Your name can be on the birth certificate, but you still don't have parental rights. For a man to get custody of his child, you have to prove you're the father. You then have to get parental rights established. From parental rights established, you then have to compel the court that she's an unfit mother. Because the truth is, for a black man being unmarried and having children, it's going to take you 3 years minimum before the courts will even get you, before you're even at a position to be able to apply for full custody.
And the mother has to be almost damn near a danger to herself or the kids. And if she can lean on she can lean on the grandmother, she can lean on a sister. The court it's leverage against us. That's a fact. I mean, I'm speaking to the choir, but for those who are listening, seeing it happen in court, I've been a part of high profile cases with celebrities, right? Showing up to the house doing reports because I'm calling the police because he's 5 minutes late in dropping our son off at the requested location that the court ordered. Officer Daly, here's the court order paperwork. I said, man, get that shit out of my face. It's been 5 minutes. You called me for 5 minutes? because he's late 5 minutes. He's stuck in traffic, man. I needed a police report. I'm not doing that. Trifling. And then have me in court. Officer, what happened? She was being extra, Your Honor. We're gonna dismiss that.
I'd love to hear that. We need more police officers like you in court.
Shout out to that. She being extra, Your Honor.
You got some cops. Listen, you got some cops out here. They caping simply because the baby mama look good, right? And they try to holler behind the scenes. Listen, at the end of the day, a lot of our brothers out here struggling, man, because the courts, they don't give black men the benefit of the doubt. They just don't.
Why would they when the system is set up to keep us apart?
Man, because I agree, because they're incentivized. Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah, you actually brought up a good point. You have to prove that she's a reckless or an endangerment to the children, right? But she just expressed that from the very beginning. First and foremost, how is it that you mismanage all your food stamp money for the month, right? And you can't budget it strategically to have enough food in the house to feed your kids? That's strike one. Two, how are you going to lean on only one of the fathers because all the other three deadbeats decide not to be in the picture? So we're going to lean on the good guy who actually wants to be in the kid's life, who actually wants to participate, and who actually wants to bring the food. We're going to put the whole brunt of the weight on him, right? It's just
I gotta push back a little bit, bro.
I want to push that too.
We don't know enough to consider those other three deadbeats. We just saw how she was conducting.
You got it. I was gonna say that too.
She ran them off or not.
We're gonna get you, Louis.
Wait, I'm with you. Louise, we gotta go off what we saw, bro. We don't know the status of the other three. We don't know if they deceased. We don't know if they locked up. We don't know anything other than
if he cashed.
It could have been at work.
Wait. We don't know anything other than one of the dads showed up, right? And she can't manage month to month with the tax money that we give her for food stamps. That's what we know. We don't know that the other three are deadbeats. So I just wanted to push back a little bit on that one, Luis.
Now we can also say he made a decision.
Get these guys hand out. We need to start handing out capes anytime something like this go down. Hand these brothers a cape. Everybody get a cape at the top.
Just hold up. Hold the front door.
Hey, holla at Ricky.
Hold the front door.
Right before you
Wide the fuck open. Right? The churches of the door is open. Look. For one, he knew he slept. He know who he laid down with.
Bro, why you take my point, Ricky?
Hold on. I got you. I got you, my bro. I got you. Right. I got you. One thou wow. I got you. Right. He knew he laid down with. Right. How about the other three dudes? Did they know who they lay down with? How about the other three dudes?
Not the
assuming
first
it's three. We're stop making assumptions on the
and
Ricky,
we don't
you
know
better.
who. He could have been the first baby daddy, so he don't even know what's what, and then everybody else learns. So we have
it's
no
4
no
kids, but it could just be 2 dads. We don't know. Well, I do know that his son is the oldest.
So let's get a benefit of the doubt then, correct?
He the first baby daddy.
Right, the other fathers. Right? But y'all boss bitches, right? Hot girl summers. I don't need no man. My food stamps ain't here till the 7th.
11th.
Let's give more excuses. They're triplets.
Whatever.
Right? They're triplets now. Does it matter? Ricky, hold on, Ricky. They're triplets. Give the woman some grace.
I don't give
grace. Grace.
This is what I'm saying, right? Y'all, who's accountable? Like, this is what's wrong with y'all women. I need y'all to fucking listen.
Where her mama at?
No.
Where's her family? Where's her village?
No. Stop, Nick. Stop. Just hold on. All y'all just hold on. Stop. Fuck all that. Y'all want to keep talking about how a man know how supposedly what woman he laid down with. If it wasn't no woman to fuck, would she be in this position? If she hasn't opened her legs, I don't give a damn what y'all think about that man. He could be a fucking axe murderer, a serial killer. I don't care. Whatever y'all keep saying, if she didn't open her legs, would she be in this situation?
I don't care. Not at all.
That's where y'all lack accountability at. Y'all try to make it a 50-50 thing after the fact. I'm talking about the goddamn cause. Ain't no man out here beating y'all over y'all motherfucking head, making y'all give him no pussy.
That's what we talked about on your live, Doc.
So can we wake something up here? Because Shannon asked a question. He said, how do you check this woman? And I'll be honest with you, because here's where the brother messed up is I almost guarantee you this was bro trying to check this woman. And what I mean by that is, because let's face it, if you got a baby's mom, you know how this scenario goes. You ain't shit. I don't need anything from you. You broke ass nigga. You blah, 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 blah. There's that text message. Hey, big head, I'm a little short on rent or I'm a little short on groceries. Can you help me out? Well, this was this man trying to check this woman for the way she talked to him at some point in time. Because the way that I understand it is he wasn't just bringing McDonald's because he wanted to hang out with his kid, giving some kids some one-on-one attention. No, he's been feeding him every day because she doesn't have the ability to do so. And so what he did, and this is his way of trying to check her, what he did was, you know what, I'm gonna just show you, you chose them other bum dudes. I'm not a bum dude. Let me come make sure mine's taken care of. And this is where I disagree with it, because if you have to use kids to check a woman, you're not really checking a woman. You're being a little vindictive, in my opinion, which is what they tend to do. That's really the only issue that I have with it, is he was bringing food to make a point to her. That's what he was doing. Because you figure if it's 7 days, let's say just 7 days, a McDonald's meal was at $5. 5 times 7, that's $35. $35 right there. You could have went spaghetti for the week, chili for the week, whatever the case may be. You could have just picked up some groceries, did whatever. But he was making a point to his baby's mom that, no, you always going to need me. What he displayed to me is a man who still has feelings for a woman who don't want him no more. But that's just me.
I don't know about that one, Mike. Maybe I gotta see the full video. Maybe you saw more of the video than
I think that was the full video.
Yeah, I just gotta go on what I saw. I don't want to add anything to it. And bro, and here's the crazy thing. If bro had just said F it and not done nothing, like I think he should have did, and just walk away, then he's a bum nigga. He a bum he a deadbeat that don't want to take care of his kids. See, this is the jacked up part. See, people, okay, I get it. He laid with her, he picked her, all that's cool. And she'll put him in a position where he gotta fight. And if he doesn't want to fight, because now he gotta fight her and the court system, then he's less than a man. He ain't a good brother, or he's a deadbeat father, man. This stuff is I'm triggered. I am booking an appointment with my therapist right now. I need to go lay down. I need some milk. This is triggering for me. I'm upset right now. I'm upset. This is insane, man. This is insane.
It also seemed like he's the first baby dad. It's kind of the vibe I got from that. He's the first baby dad. You can hear
based on his response.
Based on his response, you heard a lot of frustration and irritation. He does what he's supposed to do. He laid down with a thought, and then now she got multiple babies. He knows that she's irresponsible. He can't do nothing about it. It looks like just from his response, you lay with these other bum dudes, right? He's already distinguishing himself apart. And I think, her response, she's waiting. I like how she's lying in wait. That's a criminology term, right? Lying in wait. Someone who's getting
first degree,
who's
baby.
Watching, there you go, who's watching and waiting to commit a crime on somebody, right? It's planned
first
out.
Degree.
She orchestrated this whole thing. We see this women who like to gaslight, women who are delusional, right? Women who don't take accountability. You saw Amber Heard did the same thing. She set the camera up and then tried to test Johnny Depp into being abusive towards her. She wanted to get it on camera. She's sitting here and she's orchestrating this whole thing in the background saying, watch this. I bet you he's showing up with no food for nobody else but his kid. Like he can't feed. Like it's so toxic. It's crazy. And multiply that by 10,000. You guys, this is what I see all the time. And I worked in a middle class Black community.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely very unfortunate. I mean, I don't, to answer that question, I don't, I was saying that this is how it seemed like he was trying to check him. So from his perspective, he felt like he was checking him. It could, and also I agree with Michael in this aspect that he was trying to prove a point. He was trying to say something to her about, okay, well, I'm gonna take care of my kid, when he could have easily, in my estimation, came and got the kid and took him to go get something to eat. Right?
You think that would have been an easily thing to do with her?
I didn't say I don't know the scenario, right? I'm saying
you just said he could have easily came and got the kid. I don't think that would have been easy.
Again, man, like
so then that's the part that we missing. Like, does he literally not have any parental rights that he cannot come get his kid? So she don't want. So I mean, I'm saying that's the part that's missing.
The part that's missing, Doc, is again, if you can sit up here and say look, survival of the fittest exists. That's nature, right? Only the strong survive, right? That man was there to take care of his child, not nobody else's child. It was her choice. It was her choice in the decision to have sex with other men and bear children by them, right? So again, if everybody want to keep saying, okay, yeah, maybe, yeah, his kids and, it's other babies there and all this other shit, again, God damn it. If we gonna be held responsible for every fucking fuck up and every fucking issue that the Black woman has, if we're going to be responsible for it, why the fuck y'all can't fucking fall in line?
Well, that's I'm asking the question. Like, he knows who she is by this particular point in time. So I'm saying, strategically, he should have got his son, because he had to have an idea that, based on what she's saying, this has happened multiple times. He brought food over for his son.
He can't.
So I'm saying this was somewhat of, I don't know, it's not necessarily mindset. I'm saying that he should have figured out a way to get his son to.
To be honest with you, I think it's fake. I think the video is fake, personally. Because I felt that it was fake when she opened up with, every day he does this and I want to record it. Like the first sentence, like just being a film producer, and I know how scripts go and I know how fake reality has gone because I've been involved with some of that shit. When the camera started, before he pulled up to the car, because he's driving that piece of shit car, right? She's saying every day he comes and does this, which means he's either, if he does it every day, then she would give him pushback every day, but she doesn't give him pushback every day. He walks up like, hey, why are you recording me? So I'm listening to all the words. So to be honest with you, I think this is a little fake video and somebody's out there trying to do clout chasing. I bet it was already blurred before they even went live and shit. But nevertheless, let's assume it's real. And every day he does this, why is she blowing up this day? Why is she throwing the food down this day? Why is he giving, if he knows her, like you would assume that he would, then why is he surprised? Like, is what I think you're trying to say, Doc. Why? He knows this woman. He knows that she's going to do this. So what the fuck is he doing? Why is he doing something that he knows is going to blow up on her? And that's just why I think that it's kind of a shit, but it's a great topic.
If I could say something real quick, I think it's because, unfortunately, like I said, I not son to that extent, but I get pushed back. And you get to the point where it's like, you know what? I don't give a fuck how you feel. You know what I'm saying? I don't care you get mad. I don't care about this, because the main goal is little man inside. So you doing all this, I'm going to do this every day to show you that I'm better than the rest, and I'm better than the rest of the guys inside the house. So it's like, you can record me. It's like, why are you recording me? Because you obviously you see my behavior is the same. I take care of my man. So if he's hungry, you call me, I do what I have to do. So it gets to the point where me personally, I think it's real, because it's like, that's what they do. Look at that. Look at this guy. Look how a piece of shit he is. He's only the piece of shit to you. You're the piece of shit to everybody else, because this man is trying to do what he have to do. And you know what I'm saying? And you're pushing back. When he says easy, far from easy. I know exactly what that man is feeling like. So you saying I could have done this? Oh, it could have been. No. Because like I said, once that little man's inside, you have no say. What are you going to do? Break inside the house? Bring my man in. He just said, bring him outside. She said, no. If he would have said, yo, bring my man outside, I'm going to go get him some food. No, because if you're not going to bring nobody else food, he's not coming outside with you.
That's why I said strategically.
Well,
That's why
that's logical. Because we have logical brains, man. Women's brains are not logical, man.
It doesn't, but it doesn't.
Simple to us. It's not simple to them.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work
for you about saying the part about let me bring my bring me down so I can go get him food. I'm just saying you just got to be strategic if you want your son.
Nah.
Yeah. Hold on, Nathan. I'm gonna get Rio in there because I know you've been quiet trying to get in. Go ahead, Rio.
He knows she's manipulative. I mean, at the end of the day, we're thinking, okay, how can I feed my son for the week? You know what I mean? Ultimately, you really want to go to the grocery store, man, and get him enough food that's going to last. But what happens? As soon as you deliver those groceries, well, she's eating off those groceries. The rest of her kids eating off those groceries. Is she the mother in the house, so she get to control what and how much everybody get to eat. And this is what you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that there's any correct way to deal with a manipulative, immature individual that you don't have an amicable relationship with. Like, he's in between. I feel from him like, damn, brother, how did you end up here? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is gonna be a long road.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I think the problem is whether this is real or fake, it's accurate. And a lot of men go through this. And I've seen this play out, seen the recordings. I've seen it's very accurate. You can't, unfortunately, as men, and this is the problem. No, you can't just walk up in there and take the child and leave. Because then I get called and then you end up going to jail, right? Unfortunately, the way the courts are set up, you'd be surprised. You think you have access to your child that you create. Dude, a lot of times you get these Amber Alerts. Those are the fathers with their kids, right? They decided to go out of state and they weren't supposed to. You'll be surprised what unfortunate what some women do. They act like the kid belongs to them. And I'm always telling them it's not your child. He won't come back with my child. Man, it's not just your child. It's both of yours, right? My body, my choice. I can delete this baby because it's my body. No, ma'am, that's a body in your body. It's not yours. And so it's the selfishness that women think the kids belong to them. Well, I raised them in my stomach. So he's still the father. These are real conversations I have with women. And so when I'm telling you, no, that man cannot walk in there and grab a child that belongs to him and take him out the house. The police get called and he goes to jail. And that's
I'll say I wasn't even making.
Not you. Yeah, I'm just saying because you were saying that there needs to be a way that he can, articulate or argue an easier way. You cannot deal with a person who is ignorant, right? You're talking about a woman who has more power than you, more leverage than you, the court and law enforcement. She has that leverage in her hand. You cannot finesse your child out of her place. That's why he stayed his ass outside.
It's understood. This is why we talk about. I'm sorry.
You good, brother? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, let me just get final thoughts on this because I mean we cooking, man. And before we get to the meat of the conversation, because I see Nathan leading up to it. You know, I don't want to do too much of it, but he right on point. Go ahead, Dr. HD.
This is why, like I said in the back chat, and then me and Ricky talked about this before. This is why, dudes, you need to wait to get married to have sex, or if you just gotta have sex, it gotta be with the woman that you feel like is wifey material. That's because y'all complaining about how this dude he chose her, bro. Like he accepted to enter into her womb, bro. Right? And now we want to give him grace. No. If we're not gonna give her grace, then we can't give him that grace as well, unless there was a switch up or whatever, right? But dudes got to be very particular in who they sleep with if they choose to sleep with somebody.
Okay. Yeah. You say grace, you giving him grace. What is the man doing wrong? He slept with the wrong person. Fine. But as a man, we accept that, okay, this is what it is. I'm going to have to do what I have to do, X, Y, Z after that. So where did he go wrong besides sleeping with the wrong woman?
That's a big deal, bro.
He should have immediately.
That's the big deal. Or he should have left.
Or immediately as soon as his son was born, or as soon as the relationship wasn't working out, he should have went downtown and got his parental rights established. And that's the thing is, listen, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it. That's fine. You're going to be irresponsible. You're going to sleep with whoever you're going to sleep with. Okay, but we know what happens when you have unprotected sex with somebody. So you get, now she's pregnant. Now you've got this baby. You as a man, you have a responsibility now to make sure that nothing is preventing you from getting in your child's life. And unfortunately, as a community, we don't like to get the courts involved. As Black men, we don't want to go down and put ourselves on paper. As Black men, if we can avoid the white man being involved in our lives, but this is one situation where the law will protect us. Because if he has parental rights, if he has some kind of visitation, if he has part-time custody, whatever the case may be, he now has the case to where, yo, she's not feeding my kid. Let me take over full time till she gets herself on her feet. So when more men in his situation take that accountability and they're saying, you know what, I don't want to get the courts involved, but with a manipulative woman, she's going to get the courts involved. You beat her to the punch and already have them involved, and we don't have this issue anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on to the next topic. Before I do, just to speak on what Michael said. I know somebody I spoke with last week, and they went to court, and they had to give up their child. And it's a crazy situation. I don't want to get into too much details, but somehow the judge gave the father, I guess I don't know if it's every other week or something like that, and it was the first week. The guy's crazy. I know he's crazy, but it didn't matter. It was nothing that she can do. She's worried about her child. It's the first week, and there wasn't nothing that she can do. Even though he blocked her, she didn't know what was going on with her child. Her child called, whispered on the phone. That shit is powerful. Like once you get the actual control to be the courts on your side to be able to have your child, it's nothing a woman can do. But most men won't even go to the court because they always think the court is against them. But I'm telling you, that's some powerful ass shit because police cannot go against court orders.
Facts.
They cannot.
Facts.
They cannot. So you can call the police all you want to the house. If it's a court order and they see that shit, ain't nothing we can do. We got to walk away, ma'am. He's in his right. I had it happen to me. I don't even want to go into details. It was a crazy ass situation, but her in particular, I was just like, damn, it's fucked up because even if that man is crazy in her situation, which I believe he is, you just got to hope for the best because once they put that shit down on that paper, man, hey, you got your child and nothing she can do. So if you got a crazy ass baby mom, I suggest you go ahead and get your parental rights. Make sure you caught up on everything you need. But let me go ahead and move on to the next topic, man. We don't have too much long, but I did want to squeeze this in. I'm going to go ahead and put this thumbnail up real quick because I did post a link about 10 minutes ago up top. There's a link that's posted at the top of the chat, and I also posted to the panel in the back. I cannot play this because it's off of Netflix, and I do not want to get flagged. So, gentlemen on the panel, click that link that's in the back chat. Go ahead and watch it. If you are out there watching, click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. It's not long. Just watch it, and that's going to be the context of the conversation. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to read the super chats real quick. So you guys can either turn it down however you want to do it. Arch77 says, King Talk, let's go. Thank you. James Hallman says, shout out to the brothers of King Talk. Let's go. Kelly says, shout out to the panel. Welcome, new King. I read this shit already. I'm scroll down a little bit.
Tweaking.
Yeah, I know. It's too early. Alarms are blaring. Men, do not fall for the trap of removing yourself from responsibilities of a father. Do not lose your right to the object to a spiteful mother changing her son's gender. With the $50, Jack Knopf, thank you. Man, tank $10. Modern women are full of hyenas and walruses.
Walruses.
Yeah, walruses. And 4 seasons maiden mode lacking accountability.
Yeah, who is this?
I don't know. I would never use that word, but kicking in with killer. Women know how to pick good men. Problem is those good men demand them to be better women. They don't know how. Jay, I stopped the show until the ninjas get the likes up. That was a long time ago. He sent that. Stop the show. Funk, no likes, too bad. Nurse Fancy. Tyrus says, salute. How many virtual weddings will I have the honor to attend. Great panel. Sugar Girl, she's been a sponsor and she's projected to be a sponsor this time. I had to correct bad behavior with a woman. She had a habit of emotional manipulation to make herself feel like a victim. So I respectfully corrected her. That was the end of our relationship. LOL. She did not want to change. I can definitely feel it. You know, when people don't, they ain't ready, they're not ready. Amber Marie Green, shout out to Chicago's own. Many of our sisters can be dealt with in dosage. The attitudes, entitlement, victimhood, and emotional manipulation will drain your spirit. Chemo, the first time in human history women have provided their own provisioning and the world is safe. Only thing left to them is sex. And they're making decisions based on that. Girls just want to have fun. All right. Sir Hell Speak. Shout out to you, sir. Salute to the Kings. Thank you, Sir Hell. Make sure you guys follow him on his platform. Most men pay depth. Most women increase it. Gentlemen, did y'all get a chance to look at that video? Yeah, look at it. All right. Y'all better keep up with this government is doing. He's right. Thank conscious baby Zaddy. Black men can't take anything without protection. We're the only ones that have us, and we're not even united except on the internet. All right. Gene Joseph 199 Lapeef. I just DM you something on the subject. I'll check it. Truth. Shout out to you, sir. I seen you not too long ago. I know certain people don't want to hear this, but only a masculine man can lead a household. Laws mean nothing inside of household. Lou says, yeah, she also threw food on the floor. This is despicable. As a side note, you men are already paying taxes toward her food stamps. Are we serious? Miss Parker, because she is counting that child as income, she ain't giving that baby to the father. This is hood economy. This ish happens a lot. Bowden Hucklebuck. I've been in America 30 years and met one black farmer. We can solve a lot of our problems. I just thought about this shit. Don't buy links starting today. It's the 4th though. Okay, so somebody got some experience. Men don't accept child support, so the state doesn't get rich giving men custody. Checkmate. Demetrius Coleman, $20, assuming the video is real. He was surprised when she recorded him, so she was ready to set him up because she apparently allowed him to bring his son food before. Hopefully we almost do. JR, when are you gonna have the brothers on the panel that can that are clean shaved, man? We exist, man. Hey, shave, bro. Bob, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bob, the disrespect. Chill, bro. Them Jezebel be selling them, selling them food stamps for cash too. Okay, I got through all of them for right now. Definitely appreciate all the super chats. Hopefully you guys had an opportunity to go through that video that's pinned to the top of the chat, because that's what we're going to hop into briefly. We ain't got to spend too much time on it. I want to make sure I'm considerate of the gentleman's time. So gentlemen, what are you guys' thoughts? I thought this video was very important to what we discussed already, because we talk about the accountability. We talked about that whole back and forth, and when you're in that moment, how women are just not seeing it, how they will try to break you down, have you thinking it's you, and you just get frustrated because some guys don't have that wordplay. Let's just be honest. They don't have the energy to go back and forth. They don't have the vocabulary. They don't have the mental capacity to be able to do that dance with them. And as you saw in real time, you saw this woman literally become the victim. And then you saw that cry. And as I said before, save your tears, because that's the dance that they like to walk you through. And once you go through it, and then now it's like, oh, I can't believe you. And, you know, let's talk about it. What were your thoughts? Anybody can go first. Everybody don't have to go, but let's just go ahead and push through it.
Firstly, and I say this to anybody who's watching, I don't care. Black men, articulate yourselves significantly better. That's the first thing. Secondly, it's okay to put a little bass in your voice when you're talking to a woman like that. Now with her, the crazy thing is everything she accused him of doing is exactly what she was doing. She literally reflected everything that she was doing back on this man, and she overtalked him. And because whatever his articulation is, he doesn't have the vernacular, whatever the case may be, he fell victim to that. And unfortunately, unfortunately, it's the result of him not setting that kind of precedent. I think we've got to be careful of women like that, because women like that are dangerous, because she'll say that enough times and that man will start believing that he was doing the things that she claimed he was doing, which becomes problematic later on down the line. That's it's actually disgusting when I think about what she did.
Go ahead, Ricky. You want
The gaslighting, like she could have had a barbecue. You know what I'm saying? With the gaslighting she was doing. Right? But the point is this, right? All the while, all this is what's crazy to me, right? Again, the man was supposed to be structured, right? He was supposed to put like the past, like Mike said, you know what I'm saying? Learn to articulate yourself better. Learn to speak and argue. I don't argue with women. I tell people that all the time. I don't argue with. This is not an argument. I'm gonna say what I gotta say, and that's what it's gonna be. You take it the way you want, but that's neither here nor there, right? All the while, she doing all this, went through the situation with that man, but now you need an audience and some sucker there to hold your hand so you can finally say what you felt you need to say. Victim 101. What are you is the modern black woman, are y'all just children? Are y'all just children, unable and incapable of having responsibility, mature thoughts, or emotional intelligence? Because that's what it looked like to me. Everybody, like I said, you could say, oh, you talking about women, like it's every woman but you. It's every other black woman but you. It's not all not me. I wouldn't do that. It's evidently a problem going on. That's not being addressed. And the thing is, in that clip, right? It's accepted.
Did you hear what I said?
It's accepted as the norm. Let her get off. Man, you shut up. She was venting. But it's just funny how whenever we see situations like that, it's always the same way, correct? And I say again, Doc. So if y'all children and y'all not capable of making correct decisions, it all falls on the man. Y'all not emotionally intelligent enough. You know what y'all say about us. Black men not emotionally intelligent. They clam up. Since y'all don't know how to put y'all emotions into certain compartments and deal with the stuff in front of y'all at that time. Which one is it? Y'all want it? Y'all won't need to be led? Or y'all got this? Because like I said, either y'all undervaluing the black man in y'all household and relationships, or y'all doing a shitty ass job.
Two things can exist at the same time, Ricky.
Break it down, Nate.
Nah, listen, I try to leave my roasting session to a minimum. Folks gonna think I don't like women. Go ahead, Doc. You.
No, I just thought that's an interesting take. You know, like I was interested in when I saw it. I'm like, how did she get to a point of feeling like this was gonna be okay? She felt like she was that guarded, right? She felt like she had so much protection. And my guy, he, I don't know where he gets off on having a discussion, because he didn't know what to say, right? He should have either said nothing or had his thoughts together, right? Because he asked her no, like a question directly to pinpoint what her anger was. He was always in the defensive mode, as opposed to matching her aggression. Since she want to act like she a man, then we finna have this conversation like that, or you just need to not have the conversation at all.
Yeah, should have started with who you talking to.
And
like
he
that.
shouldn't have walked off.
Yep.
That's my opinion. He shouldn't have walked off. Hold your ground, homie. Don't say nothing. Let her be the one that act the fool.
And who raised them?
It was reacting instead of responding.
Yeah, absolutely. He had no control of the situation. And
man,
she was out of control.
And that's a man. What I saw was a man with no confidence.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He was speaking from a defensive standpoint. Well, I said, did you not hear what I said? Well, I said that bro. I said I apologize. We done. That's it.
Who again, there's this terminology I coined called RBMs, raised by moms. And that's, something that's it's a problem in our community. When I'm dealing with a lot of young Black men in our community, there's a certain behavior, emotional behavior that's exhibited from them. What you saw in his behavior is one of an encounter. You have two lions, right? Or you have two dogs come together. You have an alpha dog, and then you have a non-alpha dog, and they come and they clash. And if you ever seen one lower his head in defeat, that's what he was doing. He was talking. He was lowering his head. He was pausing. She was cutting him off. You saw an extremely masculine woman chopping down another man as if she was a man. Who taught her that? Why did she feel like that was okay? You know what I mean? And again, to Ricky's point, we've created an environment where women are empowered to talk to a man, treat a man like that, as if a man has no feelings, as if how he feels doesn't matter. And then not only that, you have everybody watching who is condoning it. Someone asked, I had a discussion with a young lady not too long ago on this channel. And people were arguing, saying that, hey, how come you don't defend this woman? Well, this woman is having a conversation with a man like she's a man. And so there's no need to protect someone who feels like they're in control. And so when you have a situation like that, men are looking like, okay, well, obviously you can handle your own. But what if that man decided to walk over there and put his hands on her? Right? People forget that words have power. Words have power. We don't like to consider that. Hey, well, where were you assaulted? I was assaulted verbally. When I'm investigating domestic violence cases, I always go in there and say, okay, what'd you say to him? You think that he's absent of emotions? Oh, you said what? His dick's little. Oh, you said that this and this. Oh, he's missing a testicle. Oh, okay. No wonder he backhanded you. Right? Like, come on now. And
they hate when you show up to the scene, don't they?
Oh, they do. They do. They do, because I keep it real. I said, you can't be saying all this thing about him as if men don't get angry. Men get angry. And then you get mad when the man acts out of anger. Right? So words is a form of an assault. And so, again, what if he walked over there and slapped the mess out of her? I'd be like, hey, bro, you probably shouldn't have done that, but I understand why you did it. Because, again, you open up the door, you open up Pandora's box, because there's a level of comfort that women have. Shout out to Kevin Sam. You said one-way aggression. Women have gotten so comfortable, not worried about being assaulted by men, because men are just not supposed to do that. And I always tell women, says who? Who told you that lie? You're a human being. And if you just so happen to piss another human being off, you might get hands put on you. This whole fairy tale that men are supposed to do this and men are supposed to do that, that's not real. It's not. And that's why there's always a shock when a man basically puts forth authority on a woman in modern times. They're lost, they're confused. Like, oh my God, I can't believe he pushed me out the car. Well, you spit on him while he was doing that, and he pushed you. You can't do that.
Isn't that the hypocrisy, though?
Of course, but we created that.
Can literally
do anything.
If I was to use words that they didn't like, they would say that's a verbal abuse.
Correct.
And my words are violent.
Yes.
But then on the flip side, I don't supposedly respond to your words being violent.
One-way aggression.
Yeah.
And they got accustomed to that, and that's why they think it's okay. Because another man is not gonna. I'm not gonna talk to Ricky like the way she was. I would not. Ricky's like he bigger than me, and that's on the computer. So I'm not gonna talk to Ricky that way because I know that there's a probability. There's a high probability that Ricky will get up and come into my face and say, "Hey, listen, what was that you're talking from across the room?" I'd be like, "Nothing."
And
that's a misunderstanding, right?
Like, I'm a little dude, man. It's just the camera. I'm just the camera.
All right, whatever, Rick.
But
stand up,
right?
No, I don't demonstrate. But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is this: like, I'm gonna keep coming back to my points because y'all just keep enforcing them for me, right? Again, just like you just said, everybody want to diagnose the issue after they don't nobody want to stop the issue at the cause and effect. Everybody want to diagnose and try to handle the problem once it's here already. How do you not even get to the problem? How do you avoid that altogether? That's what I keep trying to say. Like, everybody keep talking about this, men and women think a man did this, but y'all control access to sex. Y'all do, no matter what y'all keep saying. Yeah, a man tried to sleep with you. That's what we do. Ooh la la. But at the end of the day, if you say no means no, right? If you close your legs, if that's the night you just don't want to do it, then none of that trouble happens. Nope. And nobody wants to admit that. Y'all want to keep putting it. We have no choice but to be accountable. We have no choice. Either we gonna do it because we're men, or y'all gonna force the state to do it for us. It's like y'all just along for the ride and shit. Right? And if that's the case, if y'all just along for the ride and we responsible, doctor, take it away.
Why can't y'all just fall in line? I mean, that ain't exactly what he said. I edited the explicitive. You know, you got it.
Yeah, there you go.
So Nathan, can I ask you a question? Because you said raised by moms, the RBM, and you look at women being raised by moms. Because I kind of want to wake this up. What about the men who are raised by moms? Because I want to talk to some of the moms out there that you know, the truth is that sons are going to get women that remind them of their mother.
Facts.
Because I guarantee you, old boy in that video's mom probably saw that, called him, and did the exact same thing. But when I see a man dealing with a woman like that, I'm like, oh, his mom talked to him the exact same way when he was growing up, so he thinks it's normal, and he doesn't have a defense against it. And so, what are your thoughts there? Because you brought up raised by moms on the women's standpoint. What do you think in that scenario, raised by mom from the man's point of view?
Well, the reason why I say that is because out of every time I go into a household, I'm talking strong 95%, and I'm not capping. No fathers are present, you know, and this is in our community, and it's she can't control the kids a lot of times. They're unruly. One second.
Women freak out when they see me with my children, in the way I put them, in the way they respond to me. I know Chicago really understands. I know JR that, you know, just yesterday, my son he's going from first grade to second grade. I got him in summer school, and then the Boys and Girls Club picks him up after. And then there's this park up in what we call Black Beverly Hills, right up in View Park next to Baldwin Hills. They have this park up there that has this track. And my youngest was just acting up. And then I just have to say something. And I say what I say, hey, and I look, and then he just straightens up. And then it's a bunch of black women up there walking, and they just all looked at me like in awe, like, damn. And I wanted to be able to say, yes, that's why black men are necessary in the families, ladies. So that can happen. What you guys just witnessed that you can't do yourselves. And me and my son just kept on walking.
And
it's super important, man. I watched that video
when I'm with my son. It's just like I don't have to say anything to my little man. He's about to be 9 July 4th. So I don't have to say anything to him. Look at him. That's it. Outside, when people see me with my son, they're amazed. I'm like, why are you so amazed? It's just a man with their son, and that just shows how wrong our community is. When I say white man with his son, I know white women doesn't say, hey, look at that white man with their son that's just going out. They go about their day and keep doing what they have to do. When I cross the street with my son, he holds my hand, we do this. You should see the looks I get. I'm like, why is this a big deal? This shouldn't be a big deal.
Normal.
Like, yeah, and that's what I dislike. This is the norm. This is me. This is the birds chirping. This is the leaves waving in the fall. Like, this is me and my son going to the store. But the amount of looks I get for just being with my son is just like, it's like I don't like it. It shouldn't be what it is, to be fair.
Yeah. It was my 4-year-old. He's learning. My 6-year-old get it. But my 4-year-old, he's learning now. Go ahead, JR.
I would say, Nathan, did you want to finish or you was?
Yeah, sorry, because I'm getting over a cold, so the throat gets dry. In reference to that concept, I just started I'm very analytical. So, after a while, I would try to find the understanding as to why a lot of the young men were acting the way they were acting. And then I would interview the moms. And what I noticed was a lot of times, and it's not for every case, every situation, but sometimes the moms would be actually raising the sons out of their anger and frustration for their situation. And so there becomes a subconscious resentment for the father, of course. But you're raising the son to be a replacement, right, of the father, in a way. It's an awkward relationship. They call it the Oedipus complex a lot of times. You're raising a young boy to be a man that you imagine, right? As to what you believe a man should be. Only a man can teach a boy how to be a man. And so if you're not careful as a mother, you can instill the wrong type of emotional practices or emotional responses. And a lot of times the boys are emulating the behaviors of the mother themselves if you're not careful. And that comes from the way you respond, the way you react. I've seen it all too often where I would see young boys react or respond or lash out as like the mother would, the mom. You see the mom and the son next to each other, and they have the same type of behavior patterns, the same movements, same mannerisms, because they don't have anybody else. So they don't have a man to emulate off of, right? So I call them RBMs. It's a very unique type of mentality, and it's very on a subconscious level. And I just from experience, that's why I always argue that a lot of times women are complaining about the same men that they actually are raising. It's weird. And so one would argue, if as a woman you had complete autonomy over creating a man, that you would create the perfect man. But in fact, you're not creating the perfect man, because we see that in our community because it's a matriarchy. So the women are actually doing the reverse, right? They're creating worse men. They're not raising perfect men, because then again, if men were raising women, guess what? They would be the perfect women for men, because we would say, this is what men want. This is what we need you to do. We're instilling a logic of understanding of what expectations are. Whereas a woman is actually instilling emotional responses and an emotional feeling. And emotions absent of logic is dangerous. It's reckless. It's without structure. It's without discipline. And there lies the problem. That's why we have this condition within a lot of men in our community now. Ricky's shaking his head.
Hey, Nate, I don't think your throat is sore, bro. Like, you've been
It's not you, bro. It's
You've been talking, bro. You've been making.
I'm just every day I'm realizing, bro, that the female mind is set. You know what I'm saying? I'm really starting to realize that, man. No matter what, they go. Even if you hit them with the truth and we take responsibility for the part they play, they still flip it back. It's just what it is. They don't want no responsibility. They want all the reward and no responsibility. That's just the goddamn truth. I'm sick of everybody never playing like, again, they just empty passengers, bro. They just empty passengers. What everything that happened to them is just happenstance, and they had nothing to do with it. No parts to play in it, right? Nothing. I'm done with this, man. It's ridiculous, man. They don't want to be saved, and if you're willing to save them, you know what I'm saying. They don't want to fucking listen to what you got to do because you know what they've been through with their other baby daddies and all this other shit. They don't trust your leadership. Yeah, they're children. They're children.
I think a lot of that is our culture, right? I think the culture now has created the perfect environment for this to happen. Again, this is not by choice, it's by design. One would argue that at the end of the day, it's really not their fault. The question always going to come down to how do we fix it? You know, because at the end of the day, if we have people stuck on stupid, right? How do you get them out of that? Where you believe in the problem, this whole thing is psychological. So again, the culture has created this monster, but someone else created the culture and gave it to us and said, here you go and play. And we play in it. We are actually, one would argue all these issues that we have are all self-inflicted. Not giving a women the out. We're not at all, because again, to your point, I've seen this in real time. You can give a woman all the answers and she'll still fail the test. Right? Because women are going to do what's in their best interest. They're going to do with what makes them happy versus on what is the mission. I always tell people the mission is the reality. We don't do this. Excuse me. It's supposed to be about duty and responsibility. That understanding is not a part of our, it's not a part of the culture anymore. This should be a mission, right? I think, in my personal opinion, we don't take dating and relationships seriously. We just don't. Like there isn't a core desire for a mission. This is supposed to be a mission. This is probably, and it's not taught, right? This should be the most serious decision that you make in your life next to buying a house. A man's investment, a woman, right? A woman's investment, a man. We're not taking it seriously. This is why you had your whole family vetting a man before a woman would even get married. Right? It was, everybody knew how serious it was. Somehow our community has forgotten that. The women have forgotten that. They take it for a joke. It's a joke. It's all a joke. And then the last ha-ha moment is when jokers in their 35s, 40s, and like, oh my God, I can't believe I blew this so bad. This is why they hated Kevin Samuel so much, because he said, here's a mirror. Look what you did to yourself. You did that. And they couldn't take it. They celebrated this man's death. Why? Because he was just telling the truth. And so again, we can get in the pointing game. I always like to talk about solutions, and I know that's not what we're on tonight. But the question is, though, at the end of the day, you're right, they're not. It's the ones who will. Listen, at the end of the day, there's always going to be bottom feeders. We'll never change that. We'll never change that, right? You're going to have hoes and you're going to have woodchuckers, right? In our community. Men are out here going to be throwing their seed around like it's water. We already know that. We're not going to be able to change that. The problem is, too, women have to realize that men will only do what you allow them to do. Women are the key to fix culture. Why? Because they're responsible for passing culture down. So if that's a woman's responsibility to pass down culture, and yet they have broken the culture, the key lies with them. That's why in the Willie Lynch, what they say, hey, if you break the man in front of the woman will teach the kids how to be obedient, how to be subservient. It all starts with women. Women are the key for correction. They don't want to be corrected because it feels good to be out of order. And then they're incentivized to be out of order. That's the issue. Take the incentive away. That's why they're tripping about the Roe v. Wade.
Yeah. That's a good transition. As we get into the meat of the before we get into the meat of the conversation, I do want to get a little bit of housekeeping in order. Let's get the likes up, family. Make sure we get the likes up. Also, before we get to the meat, make sure you guys follow these guys on the individual platforms. I know we got the Real Nathan, the Real Nathan Daily YouTube channel, Ricky Williams Boxing, Chicago Gorilla Home Turf. Humble Dad also has a channel. Shannon has a channel. King Rio, he's Home Turf, and Luis and Michael, Enrique. I don't think you guys have YouTube channels, but we definitely appreciate you guys. But let's make sure we take a moment to follow these guys and support each other, hold each other down. I appreciate the perspectives. This is great because even though you see some of the guys quiet, best believe they learn. You know, one of the things that Rio has hit me up, and I hope you'll kill me saying, is that he appreciates King Talk because he learns a lot. So just because he's quiet doesn't mean that the work is not being done. And we appreciate you guys that's out there watching as well. We may not have solutions all the time, but again, we can start the pot up a little bit and we can get you thinking. Then maybe you might be able to create your own solution. You just never know what might come out of these conversations. That's why I say let's just have a conversation. With that being said, I'm definitely going to have the Real Nathan lead this next topic, which can be triggering with all the Roe v. Wade conversations that's going on. We're going to attack it from a different angle. We're looking at the future, looking ahead at the possibility of what could come from this. And our next topic, save your tears. Women being charged with homicide for deleting their babies. Let's talk. Go ahead and take us, go ahead and walk us through this path, Nathan.
Yes, sir. So I think on my channel, I covered the Roe v. Wade being overturned, and I try to cover it from a law enforcement perspective as well, because we've had some cases in this country where women have been arrested for self-inducing abortions. And so they're looking at it as a form of homicide now, because in some states, if they say, hey, well, this is going to be illegal for you to do, you can't do it. My question to the panel, because this is something that hasn't been explored indefinitely, right? When these things happen, they haven't put all the scenarios together. What constitutes, who's going to be responsible? What does it look like? How do you investigate it? I'm really curious to get a men's perspective on this, and even the women in the chat. What are your thoughts? You know, those, whether you're pro-life, pro-choice. We're talking about accountability tonight. If, in fact, this is a human being inside a woman's body and they forcefully remove or kill the baby, should women be held accountable? Should they be charged for that? Should that be a crime that they can actually be charged for? And here's why I say that. The double standard. I've worked cases where in a domestic violence situation, a man has assaulted a woman and she happened to be pregnant. Right? Regardless of how far along she was, but during that assault, maybe she fell on her stomach, the baby died. In the course of that action, the man is then charged for feticide. He's charged for the death of the fetus. No one argues how far along the fetus was. No one argues whether or not it was a human or not. No one argues whether or not it's a life. It's all understood that at what point in time there was something growing inside of her. The law does not distinguish a limit. It says that it was growing, it was living, and you killed it. And then you're charged. So I find it interesting, the arguments that I hear from women now, some, when they make this argument that it's my body, my choice, that there's this thing inside is on me, has nothing to do with anybody else. But yet when someone commits a crime and that baby dies or both people die, you can be charged with a double homicide. You can be charged with both lives being taken out. So I'm really curious to know what men think moving forward, because of course this does impact us indirectly as well. And a lot of young men need to understand this as well. So what are you guys' thoughts on that?
Hold on, before anybody speak, I do want to open the floor. Just trying to be fair as far as the speaking. You know, Rio, Luis, Chicago Gorilla, Enrique, I want you guys to have opportunity to be able to speak on this first, if you so want to, and then the rest of the guys, you know, we'll come behind them.
I'll go just really quick, man. and shout out to all the gentlemen on the panel. I hope your investment portfolios are doing phenomenal. I think with this overturn, I think it's going to open Pandora's box for a lot of scenarios. I don't think it's far-fetched that, because everything it still falls on the state, right? So it's not going to be deletion. It's not going to be illegal everywhere. But to me, it's not far-fetched that you'll see more cases and more laws passed where women will be held accountable for deletions, right? I think what's going to happen, though, is going to force women to be more selective. And I think the more safety nets we continue to remove is going to improve the standard in the society. We need to remove a lot more safety nets and stop incentivizing. Like, it's people out here literally just fucking for sport and then go and do a deletion because it's convenient, not because there was incest or there was sexual assault or because they're at-risk pregnancy. It's just, I made an oopsie and I'm not ready, or I still want hot girl summer, and so I'm just going to delete. Remove that safety net. Remove that safety net. And if need be, now, I guess y'all will get to this in a minute, because I would wonder, what does that look like from a law enforcement side?
And not to dive too deep into it, because I kind of feel like I'm going to have additional thoughts later. But when I think about when laws are created, I don't know if people necessarily stop doing whatever the offense is. I think they find ways to work around it, right? Immediately I began to think about, okay, well, if someone were to have a miscarriage, you can't accuse them of murder, right? So at that point, I'm sure women would be able to figure out ways from home or wherever they may be to essentially instigate a miscarriage to happen, right? And that's very hard to police. So I think that's where we start to look at, I mean, you have to look at the risk on both sides. I mean, and when people tend to commit those types of acts, then at that point, their personal health is at stake, and we'll see people dying from procedures that they are trying from home, right? So there's a lot to consider from that standpoint. But do I think that it would stop abortions? No. And I think people will be able, even if you wanted to get an abortion, there's a state that would allow it and you would go there, right? So I think they would just explore other options.
Yeah, but I heard that even if they go across state line to another state where abortion is legal, once they return back to their state, their resident state, would they not also be charged with that same crime just because they go across state lines? And I honestly think this whole thing is going to really kind of it's not going to necessarily stop abortions. I think it's going to create a black market of some sort. Women are still going to do it. It's just going to be under the cover of night. Think about a lot of things that have been regulated over the years and have gotten a lot of pushback, from like tobacco to alcohol to everything else, right? There are always going to be people out there that are going to try to find a loophole and present something that is going to create a lot of harm to women, particularly to black women, especially. So, yeah.
That question you posed is an excellent question, because just me having little sisters and just me valuing women in my life, I realize, I don't know, it's just, because like I said, we can kind of just do what we have to do and then kind of disappear. That's a luxury that men have. You know what I'm saying? We could just, this is yours, I could disappear. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, when it's like, okay, and even if, like, granted, have condom protected sex and everything like that, but you know how that goes. Like 2022, it's a little dicey nowadays with the whole having protected sex. So I understand that aspect where it's like there's two individuals involved, so it's like somebody to be accountable for this baby that could have happened if you have unprotected sex. This is me personally. This is why I don't believe in trapping, because if you have unprotected sex, if you're an adult, you should know there's a possibility of you having a baby. You know what I'm saying? Naturally. 2 + 2 = 4, always. So regarding to like the men, we said beating the baby and him getting murdered, and a woman just having the choice of having the baby without the man decision. It's just tough because, like I said, women get stuck holding the bag sometimes. You know what I'm saying? They get stuck with the bill, and men can just dip off. They kind of do what they have to do, and then kind of come back like, hey, it's 10 years later. I'm back. Where's my son at? It's like, nah, that's not how this works. You know what I'm saying? And that's a luxury that men have that I see with women in the world and women in my life. And it's just like, that's unfair. So giving them the decision to like, you know what? I really thought about this nigga ain't shit. And I feel I'm going to be stuck with this, raising this child by myself. So it's like, is it fair to me? Should he have a stay? Knowing that, you know what I'm saying, there's a possibility that he might leave if you know him. So it's just like, I'm gonna have to lean with the woman having the just like the power, because a woman, if she knows a man is gonna do what he's gonna have to do, she's not gonna terminate that baby. This just in me being on this earth for such a long time and just interacting with women this time and third. It's like, if he's really going to do what he has to do, and a woman is insane, you know what I'm saying? We're speaking on the same premise. It's just like, you're going to have the baby. So when women do stuff like that, it's like, he's probably not going to do what he has to do. And like I said, fortunately, we see it every day with women raised, like I said, raised by a mom. When a man can just like, I'm tired of this. I don't want to do this no more. I'm out of here. And he could dip off, and then she's stuck taking him to school, buying clothes, doing this, doing that. So it's just like, it's a very dicey situation, but I will have to lean towards the woman having it, because at the end of the day, she's the one that usually gets stuck with the bag, unfortunately.
If you get into a car accident and a woman is driving, right, and you ran the stop sign and the woman's pregnant, and because you're at fault, the baby dies in the stomach, should you be charged with homicide, feticide?
I mean,
yes or no? Is that fair?
But I feel then that goes back to like, what is a baby type of vibe? You know what I'm saying? Where's the beginning of
the law says there was something growing inside her that constituted as a life. They call it a fetus, and you killed it. You did. You're responsible for that by accident, and she does it on purpose.
Even by accident.
You killed the fetus by accident, and she
y'all
killed
don't hear
on
him.
purpose.
Y'all don't hear him. Y'all don't hear him.
I hear you. I feel you.
This stuff is going to impact you. The law is there. Needs to be balance to this issue. There's no balance, right? Because again, what's the difference? Okay, let me ask you this: since you guys are struggling, y'all struggling hard with this. Listen, the laws they're gonna affect you. Let me give you this one. You don't want to be a father, but a woman can make you a father, whether you like it or not. But you can't make her be a mother. You don't have that power to do that.
Thank you.
So now she decides. You're like, hey, babe, I want to be a dad. She says, not today.
Nope.
You're not.
Nope.
Or guess what? You say you don't want to be a dad, and she says, yes, you are. And guess what you do? You decide to crush some medicine up and put it in her drink.
What's
she
that?
Drinks it, and then the baby dies. Guess who goes to jail? I get called. I show up, Enrique. I'm taking you to jail for that.
Yeah,
you just killed the fetus. But one could argue that you wanted to abort the baby. How come you don't, as a father, have the right to abort your own child, but she can?
And this is what I'm talking.
I agree. No, I'm with you.
Come on, Enrique.
Yeah, no, because I'm with you. Because
I know
even
what
like I
it
said,
is.
Come
even
on,
when
Doc. What you got for me? I don't even got to
Go
go to
ahead,
Ricky. We
Rico,
know what
but
time it is. Ricky's.
I know why he talking like that. Go ahead, Ricky.
go,
You guys are not ready for what's about to happen next.
Y'all
You
not.
have no power. You
Y'all
have no
not.
power.
Y'all not, but we've been going through it since forever. That's why I keep saying y'all liars. Y'all don't look at us the way y'all want. Y'all don't look at us the way y'all want us to look at y'all. Y'all don't do it. So y'all expect us to treat y'all a certain way when y'all won't do it for us. Y'all some fucking liars. Y'all fake. Everything y'all saying y'all ask for, y'all want, y'all don't even want. Y'all fake. Y'all ain't even women. Y'all children.
All power, no responsibility.
Y'all was fucking children.
It's a dictator with no dicks.
Yeah.
Y'all fake as fuck. Put that shit on a shirt, Shannon. Y'all fake as fuck, bro. Y'all keep calling, y'all wonder, oh, why y'all lie to why? Because y'all fucking liars, bro. This is what y'all want. This is what y'all want.
Gynocracy.
And then y'all want to keep looking at us. Oh, why don't you just put a condom on? It's easier for you to keep your motherfucking legs closed than me to put on a rubber.
Did you hear what I said?
But y'all ain't got no pussy control.
Let me ask this for y'all. Got Ricky over here about to fall out. What is it gonna look like? Men have to start standing up and demanding what we want. We have to demand balance. It's not equitable. We're not being treated with equity at all. It's gonna get to a point to where men are gonna have to say, is this fair? Let me ask you this. If I don't want to be a father, but you have the power to make me a father, and I don't have the power to make you a mother. One should argue that if I don't want to be a dad, then I should be able to absolve myself from any financial responsibility of the child. Right? And
follow the money.
What would it look like? What would it look like if women had to get a court order permission from the biological father before she can have an abortion? See, this is how we start putting accountability. This is how men get power. We have to find ways to get balance. We have to find a say so, because the laws are leaning in the women's favor. 100 to none.
Yeah, let me be transparent.
It's not.
Let me be transparent. This is a societal issue, more issue in my perspective. Right. The reason why Enrique says that is because he's okay with it. Right. He wants to absolve the woman from accountability because he feels like she should be able to do it, because he wants to not absolve himself of having to say yes or no. Let me tell you how I know, because that was my situation with my late wife. When she asked me, she was like, what do you think about having the abortion? I was like, well, it's not up to me. It's up to you. Right? Like, I didn't even consider that I had a say so because of what it is that I thought society was saying that it's her body. Right? I'm thinking that now I serve on a women's clinic board, and I regret that decision like a mug, right? Because it was a decision that I could have actually helped stop, because she asked me, what would I do? Or what could I do? Or what was my thought? And I'm working at the women's clinic, and most people don't know this, but 80% of the women that have a man that says, keep the baby, like if the man says, I want you to keep the baby, 80% of women keep the baby. 80%. But here you have men saying, well, I don't have a say. Well, I shouldn't be saying anything. That's up to her. Nah, bro. Like, you need to be having a say in, you laid down with her, you chose to lay down with her. Why would you not be able to have also have a decision to have the baby in this world? Right? So when you say, well, you with the woman, you're literally saying that you're against the baby if she decides to terminate the pregnancy, because that's a life, whether you believe it or not. If you go, I think it's like 2 or 3 weeks, you can see the heartbeat. 2 or 3 weeks, you can see the heartbeat. And so that's not that heart that's beating. You saying, well, woman, you could go ahead and take that away. You have just taken away a life. Then we connect back to the Black community. It's 350,000 deletions, abortions a year. Did you know that? From Black community. Since Roe v. Wade, it's been 63 million babies aborted. 63 million, right? So it's a big deal to terminate a pregnancy, because these are individuals that have no say-so, did literally nothing wrong. And at one particular point, they was doing it all the way up until birth. So, and once again, it's important for men to sleep. If you just have to sleep with somebody, choose wisely.
Thank you. That's what, and Doc, I'm sorry to cut you off. Like, and this is my point, and I've been saying it forever on this show. I just feel I shouldn't have to. I obviously got to keep saying it, and this is why women, y'all have to be more selective. Y'all have to be more selective. That's the whole thing. We keep hearing these excuses. Us as men, we keep telling y'all, hey, wait for that man. Right? A real man will wait for you, right? A real man will wait for you. But what we get another excuse, right? Well, he gonna go get it from somebody else, blah, 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 blah. So I gotta give him some.
Then he not the one.
Right? That's the excuse, right? It's always an excuse from y'all. Right? It ain't never y'all holding yourselves accountable to do the correct thing at the right time of impact. Oh, maybe you should put a condom on. And look, stop saying accountability, because looking out of my eyes I took care of mine. I chose the wrong woman to spend my life with first, but I chose the right woman to be a mother to my child.
Did you hear what I said?
I wouldn't sleep with her thinking I wasn't going to be with her the rest of my life. Y'all understand what I'm saying? But y'all out here willy-nilly putting y'all pussy on display like it's free. This is what y'all doing, and y'all don't want to take accountability for it. Y'all want to say he should have strapped up. He should have did this. Well, you knew we having sex. It's a possibility. How about you exhibit some control too? How about you exhibit some control? Because I can't do nothing to you as a woman you won't allow a man to do.
Sex don't happen without the woman's consent.
That's where the accountability is missing. That's what y'all keep, because y'all keep trying to flip it. Y'all keep trying to flip it on us. And it's not trying. This is what y'all do. This is what y'all do. No matter what, y'all can't fathom in that mind of y'all's, whatever's going on, that somehow, some way, y'all could have stopped this fucked up shit from happening to yourself. Y'all empty passengers. And if that's the case, if that's what y'all want, if that's what y'all cool with, stop fucking complaining about it. Because I know I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 men up here, and we've got more that's trying to get shit right. But every time I speak to, I'm telling you, a woman I talk to that actually think like she got some goddamn sense is in a fucking minority, because the majority of y'all is fucking liars and goddamn complainers and chameleons, and y'all always try to gaslight some shit back on a man like you had no part to play in it when you could have stopped everything you going through with a man at the motherfucking door. How's that for accountability?
I think that's the part that hurts. Go ahead, King.
Go ahead, Rio.
I just got a question that I don't really want to derail this, but I think one of the things that's not talked about much is emergency contraception. So, Doc, you mentioned that you on a women's health clinic board. What's taking place to where when people are having unprotected sex and they have the inclination that essentially somebody busts a nut? At that point, what decisions are being made? Why is it the plan B then being the next step that they take in order to avoid the possibility of pregnancy?
I could probably speak on that. I mean, How about that? I don't know if you're gonna say anything differently, but I think that a lot of men are afraid to kind of speak up on it, to kind of suggest it, right? But on the flip side too, like the pills does cause side effects. Everything we take cause side effects. So I think that for a woman, she's not looking to go and purchase. First of all, they embarrassed to go purchase it, right? I know men that will go purchase it. I know some men that won't go purchase it. But I think the real solution would be to control it from the start, and then you won't have to be in those positions and depend on it. If you keep your legs closed, then you wouldn't be there. If you practice dick discipline and you real selective on where you place your dick, because let's be honest, our dick is a prize just as much as women think they pussy is a prize. You shouldn't be sticking your shit in everything. It's an honor for me to be able to grace you with this thrust, so to speak, right? So I think that men have to understand the importance of it and the consequences behind it. But if the women, I guess we can say it both ways. The women open up their legs, then the guys ain't fucking. The guys ain't sticking it in, because it's sad to say, but most men won't strap up, and most women won't tell you to put a rub on. I'm pretty sure that a lot of guys can tell you situations where it just happened. It just happened. Was no questions, was no thought. It's like the power, that energy is just, it just takes over the moment. So
Wait, JR, can I say something? Just piggyback on what you're saying real quick.
Go ahead.
I really think, listen, man, because I think when we talking about the ladies, sometimes it kind of shifts to the men, and men. You hear men in this space and in real life. I know for a fact the spaces that I go to, we talking with these young bloods again. The birth rate is down. We talking to these young bloods. There are a lot of young blood that are practicing dick discipline. I miss the days when you actually had elder women that kept the younger women in line and said, "Baby, don't do that. Don't go out there looking like that. Don't be walking around here being fast." Where are the women that are telling the other young women? I think what you were saying, Ricky, pussy control or something like that, pussy discipline. That's a real thing. The men are saying dick discipline, young blood, don't be out here reckless. Don't go shooting up the club. Don't do this. Don't do that. The dudes are saying it, right? I'm looking for the women to keep that same energy. I'm looking for the elderly women, the older women, the respect. See, all this hot girl summer shit, all this man, city girls up. Hey man, I know we can't legislate morality. I know you can't criminalize and jail people into subjection and submission. But listen, man, we got a lot of straightening to do. And I just think it's fair, man. When we talking to the sisters, y'all gotta relax. Ain't nobody threatening y'all. Ain't nobody clowning y'all. Ain't nobody coming. Well, I don't think ain't nobody coming at y'all reckless. Just take this medicine. Take this medicine and deal with it.
Go ahead, King. Go ahead.
This is one of the things that I want to say. In the event that this were to happen, I never want to hear a man say, "I was afraid to ask her to take the plan B." You should be afraid of having a baby with somebody that you don't know. You should be afraid of having a baby with somebody who's toxic. You should be afraid of having this 18-year partnership with somebody that's half crazy. Ask her to take that plan B and watch her while she take it. Okay? Listen, what you got to be afraid of, she ain't going to let you hit again. She going to get an attitude. So what? You don't want this with her. Stand up now. As far as her, if you know that 9 times out of 10, he don't want to be with you. Once I always say, once I bust this nut, I can't take it back. It's there. I cannot pull it back. It's already out. It's in there. It's out. You now have a number of options. What are you going to do? You have several options. I think somebody named another panel, there are 33. I don't know all 33, so don't ask me, but you have a lot of options at that point. Now, granted, we have less now. Just saying, emergency contraception is there. It's not on him to buy it. It's not on you to buy it. Either of you can buy it. Act. Because after that window is gone, we move into the phase where we have to look at abortion to begin with. And we also have to look at the fact that, hey, listen, we always talk about, oh, this is what it does to their bodies. This is the same reason why women who aren't prepared to have children don't want to use birth control, because they're saying, oh, I don't like what it's going to do to my body. Man, what's a child without a father going to do to your life and a child's life? Right? I mean, so like some of these excuses that are being thrown out there, I think are part of the problem. It's always about her body. The reason why we have to eliminate these options that are available. And now we're talking about options being taken away that essentially limit her choice, right? But it's not just limiting her choice. It also limits our ability to be able to, I don't want to say convince, but be the voice of reason when she's on the fence about whether or not she should carry this child to term, and you guys have no plans on being together. So it even puts more constraint on any influence that we have in what they say is her decision.
Rio, I hear what you're saying, and I may be speaking for some of the guys that may have some and may want to respond to it. I think it's important for us to separate the stages, because what we pushing is for us to have dick discipline, and then we wouldn't be in that situation. But in an event that you are in that situation, I think that it's important to explore options, because the longer you wait, the harsher the consequence may be depending on your situation. So I just want to make sure that we are promoting that it starts with dick discipline. One of the things that I can really say is that we responsible for ourselves, and really I hope you heard me say this before. If we focus on ourselves instead of focusing on what other people are doing, then we can grow. To me, I mean, if you want to change a community, because a lot of people just like phony out here, right? And people can't save the goddamn world. Like, if you save one soul, you're doing justice to the community. If you focus on that one person, and that can start within your household. If you get your household in order, guess what? When they grow older, it's a possibility. This ain't nothing in life guaranteed. We can have a better community. So if you can't go save no strangers, you have a better chance at saving people within your own household. If you're a husband, get the house in order. Start there. And then hopefully whatever you instill in them, they can pass it on to their children, and we will have better communities. That's, to me, that's the real solution. People focus on everybody else, what they got going on, what they doing. They need to do this, and they not even in order.
Facts.
That I don't understand it. It's real simple. Life is about formulas. That's how I look at it. And I said this multiple times on the platform. I think everything has a formula. And if you figured out that formula, then your life would be easier, or at least you can put it to a formula, whatever that may be. But I just want to make sure that people understand that we're not promoting just going out there, because we have to reduce these numbers. And it starts with us, whether the woman's closing their legs and the man practicing dick discipline. If we selective on who we giving our bodies to on both sides, and I know we're talking about the women because women are loose, but you just be surprised if you out there, you know, if you one of them guys out there, you know these women ain't telling you to put no damn condom on. They're not. So somebody got to be the bigger person. It takes two fools to argue, right? So somebody got to be the bigger person. In every scenario, somebody got to look up. Everybody can't be broke. Somebody got to have that rich mindset. Everybody can't be lazy. Somebody got to have that work ethic. If we were all the same, life would be fucking boring. I'm telling you. So that's why I appreciate each and every last one of you guys, because you guys have a unique perspective, your personalities, whatever made you. That's what I appreciate. So you guys have been phenomenal tonight. I know we are hitting that mark right now, that 12-ish mark, 1-ish mark, depending on where you are. I just want to make sure. Anybody have any final thoughts that they want to close on before we close out?
Yeah, I'll go before my chest cave in. Man, first I want to say shout out to everybody on the panel, man. You guys are, man, I see why they call it King Talk. Shout out to you, JR, for putting this down. A lot was said, and we understand how accountability works. I think JR just brought up a good point. We all got to take care of our own homes. I think the problem with our community, though, is that the problem is so pervasive that it's almost like you can't ignore it, right? It's almost like not only are we in a situation we got to take care of our own home, we got to then look and take care of our neighbor's home. We got to almost turn this thing back into a village. And we got to pay attention to the instruments that are being used to destroy our community. Because the biggest problem right now is that everybody on this panel, if we're all on the same page and we raise our own homes and our own kids to be how they're supposed to be, right? The issue is they come out in the world, in our community, and they're interacting with people who did not raise themselves to be like us. That's the problem. The culture is too dysfunctional to where you almost can't just focus on your own house, because your own house is outnumbered by houses that aren't like yours. And so that's where the conflict comes in. You raise your kid good, then you send them to school and they get contaminated by all the other little ignorant children, right? Now you got to deal with that. Your daughter comes back home, and then now you gotta deprogram them because you put them out here in this cesspool. And you're like, where'd you learn that from? Oh, Tony taught me. Tony's 5. What does Tony know about porn? Where'd he get that from? Where did Tony get a gun from? He's only 7, right? These things are going on in elementary schools, right? So the problem is, it's on our best and our brightest to galvanize each other and actually work on reverse engineering this problem. A lot of these things come from the media, our entertainment, our music. I had a kid run around singing Throat Babies the other day, and I'm trying to figure out, why is this music, right? Again, they have so much access. There's no censorship anymore. And so the dangers is that your children are being indoctrinated outside of your presence. On average, you only spend about maybe 4 or 5 hours with your kids, right? So again, at the same time, they're in school, public school, and they're getting this education, getting conditioned. I would say the lack of sexual discipline on both men and women are destroying our community, right? Where we've become very hypersexual. Right, all the way to the point to where kids get to choose what gender they feel like being at any point in time. Right, it's bad. It's bad, and we know when white people get sick, Black people get Ebola, and that's how it's always been. Everything impacts our community way too much, way too severe. People don't talk about paternity fraud. They did a study where almost 300,000 sperms were checked, and out of 300,000, 100,000 of them did not belong. Right, these babies did not belong to the fathers, right? So out of 300,000 people checked, or DNA that was checked, 100,000 of them did not belong to the actual father. So we got to address that. Yeah, it's bad.
Well, that paternity fraud bigger than anybody. Y'all. I think people,
they sleeping,
underestimate paternity fraud way too much. It's so many men out here raising kids. They think that's theirs.
I know. I knew that number. I forgot. Yeah, I know it is 1/3. I forgot. What I'm thinking? I'm thinking of surrogate. I don't know why I had surrogate in my head, but yeah. It's 1/3 of them is not even the daddy. That's right.
The problem is we're women don't like to be shamed for bad behavior. And that's, at the end of the day, is what it is. It's what it comes down to. And I think what's happening is we got to women don't realize sex is easier for them than it is for us. We have to hustle. And no one has a line standing outside of a building, talking about hey, Nathan, can I get some of that D? No, it doesn't work like that. We got to go and put in, some of us got to put in more work than others. But for women, it's so easy. It's so simple. And I think that's the problem, right? We don't realize that. Women don't realize that. Women think that a lot of guys are out here just having sex left and right. It's not true. Ladies, it's not true. And so as men, We have to be extremely selective with the women we provide our seed to. As women, you need to be extremely, extremely careful with who you open your body to. That's a fact. There's no way around that. Somewhere down the line, we've lost sight of how valuable this interaction is. This is like a ritual, and we've turned it into a sport, right? A sex Olympics, people are saying. That's what we turned it into. And some of these sisters out here are running a marathon. And so we got to get back to a place to where we bring shame, embarrassment, discipline back into the fold, because that's one of the biggest things that we lost. We have glorified immoral behavior in our community, and this is what's happening. And this is the results of that.
And I'm gonna say my part and get out of
Summer
here.
Walker's pregnant again, y'all.
Yeah,
Bless her heart.
I'm gonna say my part.
Go to daddy, bro.
So the thing is about, yeah, man, we need to. I'm gonna talk for me. Right? Yes, we need to exhibit dick discipline, right? That's the best way for us to avoid getting into a situation with a woman we're not trying to be with, right? Right? But let me tell y'all something. A man, even if that's a mistake that happens, even if it's a oops, right? That man he's gonna handle his responsibility. Straight up and down, a man. Now, I done gave y'all accountability on the man part. Yes, we should exhibit discipline. If I get a girl pregnant, I'll always step to the plate. I got 3 kids. I got two by my high school sweetheart. We didn't work out. I took care of both of my kids. I got 1 by my ex-wife. I took care of my daughter. A man, right? I took accountability. That's what y'all want, right? So what if it mean if you picking a male that's not taking care of his children? Where's your accountability in that? Right? And this is not one time in a lot of cases, right? It's 3, 4, 5. You know the McDonald's, but the dude with the McDonald's bag. Where's y'all accountability in that? Right? This is how I feel about the Roe versus Wade situation. The thing is this. I look at it like this. Yes, they're trying to correct something that shouldn't have had. It ain't about hope. It ain't about hope. A man does what he's supposed to do, whether he likes it or not. Right? But this is how I feel about the Roe versus Wade situation. Again, this is all about commerce. Y'all don't understand. The federal government was created to regulate commerce. That's it. That's all. That's all they're supposed to do. What is this going to cause? Again, there's still going to be states that allow abortion because it is on the states. And those are going to be the Democratic liberal states. You know, the ones who got this all going in the first place. I'm here in Minnesota. Our governor has already signed an executive order to give any woman that comes to Minnesota abortion, basically clemency. So what does that mean? These liberal women, these hyenas that still believe in this bullshit that you should be able to eliminate a life whenever you get ready, because you out here having hot girl summers, they's gonna migrate from those southern states. You know, the ones everybody was moved from California to Texas, California to Florida, California to Arizona, New York State on down, vice versa, right? So now what they gonna do? They're gonna move to these Democratic states, increase the population there, which is gonna increase their numbers and in the electoral college, which is gonna raise the Democratic votes back to taking over the map. And not only that, because it is commerce, before when you could be in Texas or Alabama and delete your child for, $550, you're going to have to drive to Minnesota, which is going to cost you gas and taxes and things of that nature, however you get their flight, and they're going to raise the rates on the deletions.
They do it for the BBLs, though, and risk their life on it.
Right? So you risk your life having a child, you risk your life on the table. And it's like I said before, right? Our women can sit up there and tell us to get right as men, stop killing ourselves in the streets, but y'all okay with killing you okay with killing us on the operation table?
All right. Anybody got final thoughts? I just got to putting a message out there too. The official show will be ending after these final thoughts, but I think a couple people may stick around, may open up the line. So interested, just respond to the message in the chat. Any final thoughts, Shane? Oh, Shane, I'm sorry.
Shane got company. Oh,
you did that on purpose.
He got that filth shirt on tonight. He got that daddy shirt on tonight. What they say, half your age plus 5. Shan, cut that camera back on. Half your age plus 5. Shan, what you doing, man?
Thanks.
You got super chats, JR?
Oh yeah, I do got some super chats. Go ahead, Luis. Like you want to say something, brother.
No, I was just gonna say that this has been a really great conversation. There's been a lot of takeaways that I've gotten, and some new perspectives as well. I didn't get to share at certain moments, but I know I've written them a few up in the chat, and yeah, this has been a really good dialogue. So I'm glad to have been on stage.
Yeah, most definitely, man. You got to come back. I'm glad you was able to bless us with your presence and your perspective, sir. Always welcome here. It's always a home. If you guys got to get off, I know it's late. For some, we're gonna officially say it's over. But I'm gonna stick around for a little bit, and I'll probably open up the line. So if you got to go, it's cool if y'all excuse yourself.
Are you doing the after hours on tonight, JR?
Yeah. Like I'll probably do another 30 minutes. We're gonna see if we get some ladies. We're gonna see if we get some ladies to call in.
She done bought Shannon a sandwich. She get on here smacking. You doing it?
All right, Kings. If you gotta go,
you gotta try to hide that from your health and fitness followers.
Yeah, if you guys gotta go, I understand. I definitely appreciate your perspectives tonight. So, anybody gotta go? Anybody staying?
Yeah, I'm gonna run out. I'm about to fall out. JR, again, thank you.
Are you over there telling me the one you in the back chat talking about some bring them up and then you full of shit. That's the reason why I was doing it.
I gotta go.
Oh, dude, so women want to come up and have the it seemed like a lot of the women were kind of agreeing. Are there any women that disagree in the chat? Put it too if you're not feeling what we put up.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it up there and see if somebody call in.
All right, I'm gonna hang tight. I'm gonna hang tight. I'm here with the ladies.
I give it about another 15 minutes and then I'll call it. I'll call just to see if anybody want to chime in. Just special drop. Let me see. Copy. There we go. All right, ladies, if you want to call in real quick, man, and chime in, then go ahead. Call in. We'll leave it for 15 minutes. I'll read these super chats real quick and see if somebody come up. 199, great show. Constructed Icon. Again, y'all check him out, man. He's the one that did this. This is some woodwork right here. Damn, where is it? Right there, yeah. Woodwork.
I'll read the super
facts. Hold on. What's this thing? I want one.
Right.
I'll read the super chat.
Yeah. Check him out, man. He does everything, man. I'm talking
Go ahead.
What's his ID? Drop it in the private chat.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll read the super chats, JR.
Okay.
Steven Roden, a super sticker, 199. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you. Jaws with man. I love King Talk. No terrorists on the panel interrupting or getting offended by a black man opinion. Thank you. That's decent. J Doe, $2. What's good, my boy? He said, okay, then dudes ignore all broads with kids, period. Hey. J Doe said, another 5 bones. He said, exactly, fam. Most of them broads today are deadbeat moms, period. They only have kids for 18 years of pay-per-view. That's why Roe versus Wade decision got them hot. Damn, son. Okay, my boy. Quest, what's good, my boy? He said, all due respect, humble dad. Explain how he was supposed to get his son. $4.99 super chat. Prophecy to Savior, $5. Thanks, bro. He said, watch this Thursday on this very channel. You're going to hear a certain someone say, no one can tell me anything or check me. Who want to bet me? Anybody want to take that bet? I don't think so. Bowtie Hucklebuck, $4.99. We need to be seen spending more time with the children. That's a fact, bro. J Doe, you got a little money, huh? You got a little money. You say $5. Therefore, the Lord will smite with the scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion. That is Isaiah 3:17, King James Version. Y'all fighting a worthless fight, period. God dang. Miss Parker, what's happening? Get ready. Plan B will be sold on coordinates. Hey, I got these Plan Bs. J Doe, all those who support it wouldn't be here now either. That's a fact, bro. That's a fact. J Doe again, $2. Exactly, fam. They got 30 plus birth controls and love it raw the most. He said it, I didn't. Darice Wilson, $5. Thank you, Darice. What we aren't talking about is that it's the abortion providers who will be primarily prosecuted for performing the abortion, not the woman. Brother Darkness, $10. Appreciate you, bro. Question for the panel. Do you think women know the difference between blame and accountability? No. J Doe, $2. Best thing to do is have traditional kids married. That's what I'm saying.
All right, that's it. We definitely appreciate that. We got Bella. What's going on, Bella?
Hello, gentlemen.
Hola.
Man, how you doing?
Bella, where your camera at, man? Don't be coming up here with no avatar. I don't want to be no avatar. Put your face in the place.
No, I'm laying down right now. I can't get on camera.
Why you pull up?
Because y'all dropped the link.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Bella. My bad.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, I just think that, I mean, I don't have an opinion, but you guys notice every election cycle, there's always some mainstream media. They always come and drop some nonsense. Last election cycle, it was the riots and the Black Lives Matter. Now, this election cycle, it's this abortion. None of these things matter. So I just think like it's the mainstream media trying to get us to care about things that don't matter and trying to divide us.
I understood.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
All right, Bella, hang tight. What's going on, Kay? I think your internet might be freezing up a little bit.
Well, I got a question for Bella.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying that you don't think that it matters to terminate a life?
I'm saying these topics don't matter because, I mean, you see what's going on in the world. We about to go into a recession. People can't even feed their families. We don't even have the basic supplies. We don't even have food to eat. Like, people about to get laid off, can't even pay their mortgage. They're not about to have shelter. And people are concerned about dumb stuff like this that does not matter. Like, I just think it's dumb.
It's
Let me understand.
a distraction.
So maybe it is a distraction, but so are you saying that it's a dumb conversation to have? Because it's not just a conversation; it's an actual.
Well, that's the whole point. They want us to have conversations about things that are not even significant. They don't want us to have conversations about things that's actually going to affect us, like getting laid off or the war that's going on and the new pandemic that's about to happen. Like, they don't want us to have conversations about that. They want us to have conversations about stuff that's it's really kind of inconsequential. Like, it's so insignificant.
Okay, so when a baby's life is taken, you're saying that's insequential?
I'm saying I don't see how people don't see it. This is a huge distraction. Like, it's a huge distraction.
So to save a baby's life is a distraction?
No, it's not.
Humble dad. I think, well, two things can be true at once, right? Because I do agree that there is definitely a distraction aspect to this. But I agree with you, humble dad, that it's an important enough issue that I don't care if we got to multitask for this one.
Right. But I was just asking her the question. She said that this was kind of like a mute point, right? Is that okay? Let's say that it is a distraction, but is this a distraction that doesn't need to be discussed?
No, it should be discussed, but on this panel, it's just like we're preaching to the choir. Like, I don't think anyone that really agrees with abortion, like, no one is for it.
I'll say this to you, Bella. I hear what you're saying. I just want to let you know, it's not that I don't hear what you're saying, but I think it doesn't matter if it's a distraction or not, because our people, again, the black people, I don't care about what no one else is doing, right? But right now, it doesn't matter because black people are uninformed when it comes to the election and voting process anyway. They vote with their hearts and not their common sense or intelligence, right? So really, again, it's all about what's important to you. I think that's the whole problem. This everything builds off the family. Everything building is going to affect your family, like you said, with the supposedly pandemic that nobody knows about that's coming, right? Supposedly with the layoffs and the fuel shortages and stuff that's happening that nobody knows the cause of, right? All that stuff affects family, along with this also as well with the Roe versus Wade decision. I do think everything is a distraction. You know what I'm saying? If we being honest about it, everything is a distraction to push you one way or the other. But first, we always have to become educated on what's going on around us so we know how to respond to it effectively, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get you. But that's all I'm trying to say. It's just
I got you. I don't want to disregard your point. So
thank you.
Hey Bella, cam up so we can see them braces, Bella.
I got my braces off.
Oh, come on.
I'm just kidding. I still got my braces. I said I'm laying down right now. I don't think you want to see me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, nah. See, you know what? I'm gonna shut up on this one.
Ow.
All right, hold tight real quick. Let me get that one person in. This will be the last person. What's going on, Jay Washington? What you got for us, brother? Keep it brief. We'll make sure we get these guys off at a decent time.
Is that Joanna?
That's a female, JR. That's a
Peace, brother JR. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You bake.
I am a female.
Okay.
All
right.
God. Hello, sir. God, man, woman, children, and other creatures. That's the order.
In that order.
In that order. So what I'm about to say to you, please keep in mind that is my belief. Because that is my belief, when Adam and Eve were in the garden and the stuff went down with the serpent and the fruit, God called Adam by name. And he said, Adam, where art thou? Because he put Adam in charge. Now, in the chat, over and over, I continue to say, everybody is responsible. Everybody shouldn't be having sex before marriage anyway. So the whole conversation, with respect, JR, because this is a beautiful conversation that needed to be had. With respect, JR, you guys aren't dealing with the issue. The issue is, why are we having sex before marriage?
They're not gonna stop doing that. Come on.
That is the issue. And so when the gentleman spoke about being angry, women not taking accountability, Eve didn't take accountability in the garden. What do you expect? I don't understand some men. What is it that you're expecting? She's not the leader. She's a child in the eyes of God. I don't understand some men. Sincerely, I'm not being facetious. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I really do not understand your argument when you are the head.
Understand.
But you're acting like, but some of you guys are speaking like the tail. Well, these women should just close their legs. And these women, yes, she should. Yes, she should. But what is the man, the head, supposed to do? The person who's right under God supposed to be doing. And some guy, I don't know your name, with no disrespect to you, sir, but you were like, well, a man's going to be a man. Oh, my God. That's what God called Adam out for.
Okay.
That's what he called him out for. No, you're not just supposed to be a man. You're putting yourself on a lower level, sir, with respect and love.
No,
when you say that, and this is, and then hold on, precious. And then when you ask, why are women not respecting you, is because she sees your weakness. She sees that you put yourself on her level. All she got to do is offer you her fruit, and there you go. So do you see that?
Bars.
Does anybody understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Do you see that all you got to do, all I have to do is offer you my fruit, and there you go. Disappointing your creator. He gave you dominion over the whole freaking fracking planet, And then your excuse is, but that woman that you gave me. This is what you're saying to your creator. The woman you gave me made me have the fruit. Come on, fellas. Now, on the deletion argument, women should be prosecuted. The doctor should be, everybody, if you was in the car going to the robbery and somebody got killed, you going to be prosecuted. The person who shot the weapon is going to be prosecuted. If y'all did it on the phone, whoever you called on the phone and told them what time, they going to be prosecuted. Women should be prosecuted for abortions. Now, when all these women, because they're children, we're children compared to the man. When we're prosecuted for these abortions, all of the men are going to have to raise all these bastards. Because that's what it is. I don't like the word, but that's what it is. It's a bastard. You're going to have to, who's going to raise these bastards? When we send all the women to prison, where they should go, don't get it twisted, that's where they should go. I've been pro-life for more than 20 years, but nobody was listening to me. Women should be prosecuted for murder. The doctors, the nurses, the technicians, whoever arranged it on the phone should be prosecuted. Now, when the women are sitting in prison, all the men are going to have to raise all these bastards that didn't get deleted. Okay? So just think about that. I'm not trying to sway you any way or the other. I'm just talking facts. Just like somebody was speaking facts when they was talking about Plan B is going to be sold on the corner, true. People going to be crossing state lines to get it, true. People going to be going to Mexico, true. People going to get prosecuted, true. All that, but make no mistake, everybody is accountable. Everybody. I am not a woman out here saying, well, it's just all the men's fault. Or all the women's fault. I'm saying everybody is responsible. Now, scripture puts man in charge. Scripture is going to blame you. I'm not blaming you. I'm saying both. Scripture puts you in charge. Scripture is going to hold you accountable because it's God, man, woman, children, and all the other creatures. And thank you for your time. I agree. I appreciate you all allowing me to speak. And I want to hear some more of you. If you have any questions for me, I'm open to answering them.
I don't have.
Really
I
quick.
just want to say
Hold on, really
bars.
quick, Ricky. Let me
Hold on,
transition
hold
just really quick. Thank you, Joanna. It's been a long time. I hadn't seen you in a while, so I'm glad you're back in these spaces. We've been up here almost 4 hours now, so I do want to cycle through a couple more people. I know Ricky wanted to respond, so let's do Ricky response. Let's get to Kay, and then if you're not,
I love you. Great conversation. I'm gonna get off.
You don't have to go anywhere. You can stay up.
So.
Okay.
And everything you said was 100% correct. But again, you just reinforced my point, right? What I'm saying is this. I've said forever on this platform, my lady, you should wait to get married before you have sex. That's not, for one, let's get that out the way. That's my understanding, right? But what I'm saying is this. If you as a woman here at this point, I'm not talking about men that fall by the wayside. I'm talking about men that shows competence, that shows that they are and are willing to be leaders of their household, right? So again, and what I'm saying is this to the modern woman. This is what I'm saying to the modern woman, my sister. I'm saying you can't have it both ways, right? You can't sit up there and say, I'm Queen Goddess Mother Earth. It's all me. Next to God, it's me. And then shirk responsibility. You can't do that, right? If you want to be the head, guess what? The world's gonna whoop your ass with it. Stop blaming the black men for your failure because you fail to get in line to a man because he's too boring, or he doesn't give me that feeling, or he's not the one. Right? Don't complain about your situation and don't put it off on that man because you don't want to conform. Right? You can't have it both ways. You can't have responsibility without accountability. Right? The truth of the matter is this, my lady. Right? The truth of the matter is this, my lady. If we was in times and everyone was doing what they supposed to do, we wouldn't have this problem. It's really all about, like you said, responsibility. responsibility. Everyone talks about what everyone else should do. I believe you should take care of your own house first, because if Jay Washington, if you and your husband is taking care of his house, if Dr. HD is taking care of his house, if JB, Shannon, King Rio's taking care of his house, nobody else's problem. You see what I mean? But what I'm saying is this, ladies, is that the ladies can't keep saying, right, y'all women, but y'all try to move like the man. Because at that point, y'all got to take the consequences for what y'all go through, no matter what it is, whether it's that bastard child, right? Whether it's you hit somebody or come out of pocket, you get your ass beat like a man, but they don't want to take that. I agree with you wholeheartedly, right? It's not me as a man. I'm speaking about what I see out in the street, because like I said, I did the fuck ups I did accordingly, and I took responsibility for mine, because ain't no woman gonna have leverage over me like that. Right?
Rick, can I let me alley you with that, what you just throwing out there real quick. I think too, this is almost, we can argue that this might be two separate conversations, because on one hand, you have men who are in alignment with the law, with the structure, and they're looking for a woman who is also in alignment with the structure, right? So, you know, the book tells us that we need to find someone that's equally yoked. So when you're on that mission, when you're on that path, I always tell people, and I tell my nephews the same thing. If I'm mentoring young men and women, I tell them the same thing, that be on your purpose. When you know what your purpose is, and when you're following this alignment, then you're going to attract what you're looking for. If you're a woman and you're moving, you operate with the mentality of a wife. As a man, you're moving and operating with the mentality of a husband. Things are different, right? Things are different. You're moving with the mentality and a mindset for this particular type of relationship. You act different, you think different, and you seek a partner who is actually looking for the exact same thing. That's what needs to be addressed. Again, but then you have people who are operating outside of that alignment, which is the problem. And so that was also very consistent in the biblical times as well, in the Old Testament and the New Testament. You had those who were following the rules and those who were not following. The issue here in our community, we need to focus on people who are seeking that same alignment and want to follow those rules. The problem is they're very hard to find, and it's very inconsistent in our community. Men can lead. Yes, we have men that are leaders, but if you have a woman who doesn't want to follow, I can't make her follow, right? A woman who does not listen cannot be protected. So I can go through a room full of women. If they don't have the mentality of a wife, there's nothing I can do about that. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it. Not today. You know, and so we also have to make sure that we put that there are men who want to lead, who are leaders, but he who finds a wife finds a good thing. You first have to be a wife. And I think that's the part that that's that piece people leave out in these conversations, is there are men seeking wives. They cannot find them. Women want to be married, but they are not wives. That's a problem. You know, men want to be husbands, right? But they're not husbands. So there lies the issue, I think, in the nuance in this issue in regards to our community. Everybody want to be married, but nobody knows how to be a married couple.
May I ask a quick question, Nathan? Can I ask you a question? I agree with everything you said. Is a man a leader if he's willing to lay down with a woman who is not a wife?
No.
Thank you.
Oh, all right. Wait.
Jay Washington, I had a question for you.
Wait, can I just hold up? Can I just say something real quick? Because I'm gonna hop off.
Guys, hold on 1 second. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. I really want to get Kay in here.
I know, but really, I gotta hop off. So can I just get my thought out real quick? I gotta hop off.
Go ahead, JB. Go ahead.
All right. So, first of all, I want to say to OG Shan, shout out to Shan. I just want to say this to you because I heard you mention this earlier, and I was actually curious when you mentioned the alimony thing, right? Because I'm a big fan of DeSantis, right? And he's very pro men, pro fathers, pro structure. So I was curious what you were referring to. So I actually went and I looked into it while the show was going on. And I think what what happened here is that I don't think he's against what they were trying to do. The problem is that they basically did the typical thing that a lot of people do, is they presented a bill that was too extreme, right? So the bill like included too many things, and so where they could have covered like the specific alimony things that mattered, and not try to like, because the aspect that he had issue with was the retroactive aspect.
The retroactive, yeah, but yeah, the other stuff that was in the bill, he didn't complain about. He complained about the retroactive part.
Right,
He
and
didn't
that
want
could
to.
actually,
He didn't want the women that were already getting alimony to be left out in the cold or to have their money lowered or something like that.
well, it wasn't
So
just, it wasn't just.
I'm not seeing how that's being really beneficial to the men that got raked over the coals
Hold
back in
on,
the day.
let me tell you. Let me tell you. So the reasoning actually is not just women that were getting alimony not being able to get it. It's women. The main complaint that they were getting, and I just looked into this, is from women who are homemakers, right? Women who are homemakers that had already had some agreements even after their divorce, like they gave up on assets for alimony. And so when they gave up on assets for alimony, that was the agreement they had. But the actual bill, if you actually go and read it, it basically would make it so that despite the agreement that they had during the divorce, basically this bill would essentially force their agreement to be nullified. So it actually would not be, it would not be fair. Now I understand there's women who are taking advantage of men who would benefit from this as well. But I'm saying we can't just look at it from that one lens, because we also have to understand the point that the homemaker women are making.
I got you, but then they looked and said that the homemaker was a small percentage. I got that. It was like, okay, so the women at the time that they got the divorce back in the day, they took a deal, basically. They took a plea deal. Give me money every month for the rest of my life instead of me getting the house. Okay, cool. But the percentage of women that did that versus the ones that are not doing that currently, which is the retroactive part, and for the future of men, by and large, doesn't add up to these percentage of women that had this homemaker deal.
Shannon, we agree on the percentages, but it still would affect those women, those homemaker women.
Well,
Hold up.
Shannon, everybody. I mean, hell, I didn't get my.
Shannon, just hear me out. Just hear me out real quick. Shannon, just hear me out real quick.
All of my student loan.
Shannon,
I'm not
I got
say,
you.
oh man, can I get my money back?
Just hear me out real
JB, you
quick.
gotta allow Shannon to respond, because we trying to get out of here. I mean, you know what I mean?
Right.
No, I heard Shannon. I'm just trying to, Shannon. Let me tell you what I'm saying, right? I get you on the percentages, but it still would affect them. And so my point is that they should have made a bill that didn't have to go that extreme. That because a lot of times that's what prevents bills from going forward in general in politics.
No,
is
I got you,
they
JB.
add so they could, like, because the extra part. Hold up, Shannon. Let me just finish my point. The extra part, like the retroactive part, is an extra aspect of the bill. It's not a part that they had to have in there. So when they added that retroactive aspect, they could have removed that, and then the bill would have gone through. But when they add that extreme aspect,
I got you, JB. I got you.
Hold on.
Listen, let me respond. All I'm saying, JB, is that the percentage of the people that you're talking about that we should have removed that retroactive, there's more that on the retroactive that didn't affect. The percentage is too small.
Okay, y'all not gonna stop. So I gotta come in right now. Okay, let's just hold it real quick. Let's just see what Kay has to say in Washington, so we can get the rest of the guys off. Go ahead, Kay. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I watch you guys all the time. I love everyone on the panel.
Appreciate it.
I'm coming to Atlanta too. I happen to be in town to see my family this same week, so excited to see you guys in person. But I know for myself, like, I personally would not get into the realm of getting Italysian or go to the chop shop, just because I don't personally think that it's something I would do personally. But I do like the option for just women to have in general, because I have had people that I've known personally that would not, we're not going to say that they wouldn't have been good mothers, but at the time frame, it just was not the precise thing to do. They were being irresponsible, them and the fathers, because I knew both people. This is like high school times. And they did get abortions. There were multiple across different people. But I didn't agree with the decision, but I agree that they should have the option, because it is something that I think is a more responsible choice than bringing a child into the world, not having the resources, having to depend on the system, having to have the option of being known as the person that couldn't get an abortion or didn't get an abortion, and it's like you're raising your child in poverty, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're a bad mother. You don't even have resources to raise a child. Why would you have them?" And then they're now stuck in a situation to where they don't have a choice but to raise a child. And it is a responsible thing to not have sex before marriage. It is responsible to, if you are going to participate in sexual acts, to use contraceptive, birth control. There are also female condoms for anyone who doesn't know. They're not just for the males. That can go
What?
inside of you. Yeah, they exist. Oh my god, I have some. So I know they exist.
What?
I also um so it's just like there's lots of things that can happen to, of course, evade a pregnancy if you are going to participate in premarital sex. But I just think that it should still be an option for those reasons. But personally, of course, I do not vouch for having an abortion personally. But I do still think that it should have been an option for women because, you know, sometimes people are really irresponsible as men and women. And I think bringing a child into the world with two irresponsible parents is just something that is not a good option for either person to raise a child because the child's going to raise themselves, as a lot of people have. And the result of that is just as bad as like someone that is
Right.
like not here, I think. Because
Yeah.
half the time they end up making decisions that put them behind bars or end up getting them killed or end up having them in, you know, the incorrect places in life. So, you know.
So we
That's all.
should just play. So we should just play God, like because people were responsible. We should just play God now and decide whether or not that child gets to live.
I didn't say you should play God, but it's just the point of the
I
real
don't care.
responsibility of a child is a lot more than just raising them to be 18 years old and giving
Right.
them up, getting them off to college, you know,
That's
like, and that's the problem that I had personally because I grew up in a single parent household with my mom, and I've told her, no shade to my mother, I love her and my dad, but I was like, you and my dad, I don't think y'all were for each other.
What?
Hey
I
Kay,
don't
hey
know.
Kay, do
Hey,
you know?
can I
Hey Kay,
ask you
do
a
you know?
question?
Did you know that? Kay, do you know? Did you know that Steve Jobs was an adopted child?
I did know that, yeah.
Okay, so you know Steve Jobs' parents, or like his like biological parents, didn't want him, right? They didn't want him and whatnot, and he ended up being adopted by a family, and he became one of the greatest men. You could have, you know, people, different people can have different opinions about him, but he became one of the one of the greatest men in history. Um, I'm holding a device right now that he's the reason why I'm holding that device in my hand right now, right? And he's one of these. He's one of those people that could have been deleted because somebody chose to play God because they thought, well, you know what, we can't do this and we can't do that. See, to me, I hate this narrative. I hear where you're coming from, but I hate this narrative where people think they get to decide because, oh, because of this reason and that reason. Fundamentally, it's about the child. It's about the child. Yes, you've already made a poor decision, but now you're trying to tell me, and I'm not saying you specifically, Kay, but like you can't then just get to decide whether or not that child gets to live, right? Like I said, Steve Jobs became one of the greatest men to roam this earth. Most of us here on this panel probably have multiple Apple devices, right? And so, like, what if his parents were to have deleted him? What if his parents would have deleted him because, well, we don't want him? It's better that he actually was born and then he was adopted. And guess what? If you read his autobiography, the man met his own father, right? His father owned the restaurant. He met his own father, and his father didn't even know it because his father could have never, in his life, thought that my son that I did not want became Steve Jobs. So I really hate this narrative, but y'all can go
it's
ahead.
weird that, again, and no shade at UK, but again, I'm talking to people in general, that the deletion is considered the responsible thing to do. I want you to think about that, right? The responsible thing to do is to be responsible from the get-go. Be responsible for your body, be responsible who you laying down with, knowing that this is a person you laying down with, that this is somebody you believe will be a good parent to your child and someone who hopefully will be a good husband or wife, vice versa to you, right? We doing it backwards.
That's
Yeah.
because
Go ahead.
I was going to say that's because there's no consequences attached to it anymore. Because before what would happen if you were a woman who had a child out of wedlock, you were shamed, you were a castaway, you're considered unwanted. That put a fear in women because what's the reality? Nobody would want to take you in. If no one took you in, you're out on the street by yourself and you can't survive. That's the issue. We've created an environment in a society where women can survive making poor choices. And so when you stop incentivizing bad behavior or immoral behavior, immoral acts, all this stuff will start to self-correct. That's really what it comes down to. A lot of women are saying, I want to do what I want to do and make my mistakes, and I want you to be okay with it. That's not how the world works. You can't leave this country and play by those rules otherwhere. You got a lady in NBA, she's struggling to get out of Russia, the WNBA. You know, other countries don't play these games. And the games that we play in this country are costing us so much money. It's cost us over 20 million black people. Our numbers should have been almost damn near, we should have been maybe 30-40% of the population today if we didn't remove 90% of those babies. Our women are like mass murderers. They've killed more people than anybody else in our community. So I want to ask you this though, Kay, not to be too personal, but who taught you about sex?
My mom had the serious sit down talk with me, and I was in like, I think it was sixth grade.
What did she tell you?
She told me that the well, she didn't do the birds and the bees talk because obviously we're on the platform. I'm black, so we don't get the. I didn't get sugar coated anything with my mom
Did
the
she
way
tell
she
you to
was.
wait? What did she tell you to wait? What did she tell you?
She told me that basically, if you have sex with a person, there's a possibility of you getting pregnant, whether you use contraception, she said condom, or not.
Mm-hmm.
She showed me the banana trick with the condom, how it works,
Right.
how you're supposed to. She told me I'm supposed to take birth control, to help regulate myself in general, and then um, my hormones, and then of course to keep me from getting pregnant. Of course, it would be an option when I get older. And she also told me that if you decide to have sex and you do have a pregnancy and keep the child, because I don't believe my mom's for abortion either. But keeping the child, it will be my responsibility to take care of my child, do whatever I need to do for my child, and the person that I decide to have a child with will also be responsible.
Did
Because
she
she is
not
not
tell
anyone
you?
else's mother but mine.
Correct. Did she tell you to wait until marriage? Did she say she
She
prefer you
did.
to wait until marriage? Right.
She did. She told me that she preferred me to wait till marriage because she would have if she had the chance. But she did practice like being celibate until she was married, and after they got married, she did have sex with my dad. But
And then let me ask you this. Let me ask you this because what I always hear is that the excuse that I hear is that women aren't told. Women are
they didn't
told.
know. Yeah.
Women are told, right? Let
Hmm.
me ask you this. Do you believe what do you think is one of the strongest influences in the sexual deviant behavior in our community?
You mean the black community?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would say since I was younger, I always watched, the music videos, the um different propaganda on TV. So I would say it has a portion to do with the media, and also I would say the family dynamic as well because a lot of my family personally, and no shade to them again, no disrespect. I love all of you if they ever see this. But they just my uncles they were out here.
Right.
My granddad was out here. They were having their fun in marriages, in relationships. So I didn't have the best examples I could say around me. Um, but I did see like a lot of practicing of telling me what to do with what the Bible says, but they were doing something totally left field. And I was like, okay, I get what you're saying, but you're not giving me the inclination that it would be a positive
So let me ask you,
environment.
but before Ricky goes, the reality is you are given instruction, right? And this is not I'm not ganging up on you, but you were given the instruction. You were told what to do. You were told what was in your best interest. And whose responsibility is it to follow the rules and instructions that are given to them by their family? All right, I'll rest my case, Rick.
And this is what, and again, I'm just going off the information you gave me. No attacks, right?
No attacks.
So you saw your uncles and your granddad move a certain way, right? But they were men, right? What?
Yes.
So what made you think that you should be moving like them? That's the question I got.
Well, I don't move like them. It made me go ahead, sorry.
No, I didn't say nothing. I was waiting for you to finish.
I would say like I learned from the dynamic that I seen and the dynamic that I know from my family members to be more selective with who I would be with.
Awesome.
That was either whether I'm in a relationship, whether I'm dating casually, because for my generation, that is a very much pivotal phrase, which I don't understand because I'm just having fun. I'm having fun. If I'm dating to marry, I'm dating to marry. So, but yeah, I learned to be more selective, and I have been. I do not move like a man at all. I tried it at one point when I was like 18, 19. It was a lot to juggle in regards to like actually texting people back, trying to participate in the games. I was like, oh, this is not for me. So I entertain one person at a time. And that's all. That's it.
I had a question for Jay Washington. Why we still had you on the panel? In my observation, I mean, you delivered a very strong opinion and your position on all of the topics that we covered this evening, and I also observed you active listening just as strong. So, yeah, I've never seen you have to take accountability, or I've never seen you in a debate while you were upset. I wanted to know your position on the video that we seen just 2 topics ago, where there was an argument, obviously, that was taking place between 2 people who have dated, right? And we found that, at least I observed that the woman seemed to be more concerned with winning the argument and not being painted as the issue. She didn't want to take the blame. She kind of put herself in a victim seat, so to speak. And there was nothing that he was saying that was registering, processing, or I don't even know if she even heard him, right? And his overall goal was to get through to her, right? And I think that a lot of men who have been in committed relationships or married kind of deal with some of these things, right? So what's your take or what's your advice on how to manage that? Right. Ultimately, you said that, it's God, and you're correct. God, man, woman, child. Right. So how do we correct this behavior, so to speak, and create better communication when we're up against some men are up against this type of communicator, so to speak?
Excellent question. What's your name?
Rio.
Rio. Thank you, Rio. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the respect of even asking me. Are we speaking of the video with the young man bringing over food for his child?
No, this was the video to where they were both on stage. He stormed off stage out of frustration, and she pretty much hollered over top of him the entire time and never really heard any of his points.
Okay, I have to admit, full disclosure, I didn't view that video.
Okay.
But I think I can still speak on it. Ilania Van Zant said a couple years ago that Black women are out of order. And there was another woman, she has a very long name. I can never get it right. It's something Ali, something.
Shahrazad.
She Shahrazad. She says the same thing, that Black women are out of order. I agree with both those viewpoints. So with understanding that, you say, well, what should be done when you're found in that situation? This is going to sound harsh, beloveds. Why are you in that situation? Why are you entertaining someone who God placed beneath you in a disrespectful manner? Are you trying to choose a wife? Are you trying to find a wife? Or are you trying to find someone to be with? I don't think that person would probably choose her for a wife had he known her character. And if they're not married, again, my point still remains. Nate said something earlier, and he was dead on. We're a community or a culture of dysfunction. See, and it takes two to be dysfunctional, because see, when someone's disrespecting you, once you stay and stick around for that, you're enabling that. Now you're a part of the dysfunction, because you're perpetuating it, you're allowing it, and you continue to put yourself in a situation where you're entertaining that dysfunction. She is already dysfunctional, and she loses respect for you once you continue to entertain it, because you put yourself on her level. There's levels. There's God, man, woman. When you entertain that BS, now you're on her level. She's already lost respect. So yes, she's going to scream at you. She's going to call you out your name. She's going to talk over you. She's not going to listen. There's a content creator called, I can't think of his name, but he has this phrase where he says, feminine energy is chaotic energy. It's a beautiful, chaotic energy, and we need it, just like we need masculine energy. And both sexes can have both energies, but still, the feminine energy is a chaotic energy. It's childlike. God already understood this. That's why he placed Adam over Eve. And when you find your place, when you get in your place, then you won't have to deal with that. But you won't have to deal with that on the front end, but see, to be able to not deal on the front end, you have to be looking for a wife. Most of these men are males. They're not men. They're not looking for wives. They're looking for somebody to play with. And then, oops, in the game, somebody's impregnated. Now, oops, now we got a community of all these people, in dysfunction. But on the short end, to answer your question, never ever deal with disrespect. But see, men don't want to lose. They don't want to lose. They think it's a game. They say, well, if I don't say this, I don't say that, then I'm not a man. No, see, when you walk away, she can't win. She's forced to start over with some other person.
So, and just to make sure that I'm hearing you correctly, there was a point where you attach character to the woman, right? So, as we're looking for a wife, a woman who's lacking good character isn't even worth our leadership. I mean, we almost at that point have to give that cold shoulder.
That's what she's saying.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. But most of the time, when I say that, a man or a male will turn around and say, well, that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to pursue her. No, you're not supposed to pursue her. You're supposed to pursue a wife.
That's the problem. And the issue here is that this is why it goes back to culture, because who's teaching you, right? Who's teaching women how to properly vet for a husband, right? We're talking about hot girl summers. We're talking about Netflix and chill. This is popular in our community. We're a hypersexualized group of people. It's fun to do these things, right?
It doesn't even matter.
So the problem is we're not taking life seriously until life gets serious, and then it's too late. It's too late.
I just read in the chat because that's why I stay out of the chat, man. I done glanced over here and I read that somebody said that she.
chat.
I always stay in the
I
chat.
stay out of
all
the
in the
chat
chat.
because
Shout
the
out to
chat.
Rick. Rick, like, I'm all in it.
I read what people say and then I be wanting to address them, but I'm read somebody said that she shifted the blame, that Jay Washington shifted the blame and that she's blaming. Listen, fellas, listen. So let me say the same thing that she said that you hear from me. She's not saying that it's men's fault that this woman is unruly. She's saying men ignore unruly women.
Facts.
Walk. I said it before. I said it 2 hours ago. Don't try to check women. Don't try to check them. Walk away from them. The power that you have in 2022 is not the same power you had in 1922 or 1822 or 1722 or no years before. 2022, the only thing that you can do is walk away. So if you got a woman like the video, because I watched the video, that's out there hollering at you and gaslighting you and screaming and all that, and she's not even listening to you, you don't listen. Now, the brother got up and walked off the show. I wish he didn't walk off the show, but if they were at a store, if they were in their living room, I want that brother to grab his car keys, look at her and say, sayonara, I'm out. Turn his back and leave. Because you don't have time, fellas, to deal with somebody who don't try to coach a player who don't want to play your game. If you are building a team with children and houses and cars and property and value and a wife and a dog, and you're building you got this whole plan for your family and everything this whole program, and you got a player in there that don't want to play by the playbook that you established, they can't play. Don't try to convince them and talk to them and negotiate with them. And well, this is what I want. And will you please come on now? Just hear me out. Let me just get what I want. No, fuck that. Do what Eddie Murphy said 30 years ago. Well, get your shit and go. Get your shit and go. There's the door right there.
But if you don't, and my bad, Shannon. I mean,
yeah, we got it. We got to end in about 5 minutes, y'all.
I want to go real quick too. Go ahead, Nate.
No, you good. I just want to. I'll end with this. On my part, it's all about the mentality. Women who are wives are finding husbands. Men who want to be husbands are finding wives. If you're not finding that, you need to go look within self. Right? You're either a man is either going to build with you or he's playing with you. And unfortunately, a lot of women are getting played with, and they don't understand why they're not being married. You gotta check. You gotta check yourself. It is what it is. Not everybody's gonna get married. You know, it's rough out here. You know, good luck. I wish the best to all of y'all. But if you can't follow instructions, if you can't take instructions from someone trying to give you some advice, someone's trying to tell you, point out some things about you, you're not willing to take heed to it. Bless your heart. Best of luck to you. Every man, every woman for themselves. When you find the right one, you'll understand what it is. So again, JR, thank you, brother. I really appreciate it, man. What a great conversation, man. What a great conversation. Shout out to everybody on the panel, those who have already left. Rick, Ms. Washington, you already know what it is. You're my number one. Shout out to you, Kay. Thank you for being such a good sport with the conversation. Yeah. Shannon, always, and King, peace out, brother.
Yeah, appreciate man.
Nathan. Thank you.
Yeah, let me say this and shout out to everybody on the panel, man. Great points made by everybody. We ain't all got to agree. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But this is my point, and I'm talking about it again. Jay Washington, she just reinforced my point. Y'all just don't get what I'm saying, right? Again, if a man is a leader, if a man is a bona fide leader, right, he's showing you what he should do on a day-to-day basis, and you out of order. The problem is not him, it's you. The problem is not him, it's you, right? Because from what I'm seeing and what Jay Washington saying, that y'all agreeing with is that y'all is fucking children at the end of the day. And y'all need a man to lead y'all accordingly. So if a man is leading y'all accordingly and y'all can't get in line, you just an unruly kid, right? So don't be mad with the results you get. Because again, y'all don't want to conform.
I'm going to say something, and then I'm gonna probably just log off. But I know for me personally, I'm 24, tell my age. Um, and I am pretty young, and everyone's always like, "Oh, you have time, you have time. Don't rush and get in a relationship with the wrong person. Don't rush to get in a relationship in general." And I always tell them like, I'm not rushing to get in a relationship. I just know that I want to be with somebody who's going to like lead me in the right direction. And currently, as I said, it's not hard to find people because I can find a person, I can find a man, but the right man is hard to find because everyone likes to give you the mask of, oh, I want to be in a relationship, I'm ready to commit, and I want to be a husband, but then they don't act like a husband and they want me to act like a wife. I'm just like, like you can't have like it's a pot calling the kettle black. Like I'm not a wife to you and you're not a husband to me, so why are we even doing this? Like we could just leave each other alone as we both all this talked about. Because if that's the case, I think a lot of people waste each other's time trying to figure it out when if it's cut and dry, if you're not willing to have a conversation and communicate, comprehend what I have to say, I'm not able to do the same for you, then we have nothing to talk about. We don't need to speak. We don't need to be cordial. We don't need to be friends. We don't need to have sex. You just cut it off at the very beginning, which is what I learned recently in the situation. I'm not going to get into it, but glad that I learned that early, and I enjoyed being on for a little bit with everyone. Um, I do have a question though, because in the comments they're killing me for saying everything that I said earlier. Not that I care, but they
What?
they were earlier. Yes.
But don't say
Miss.
say wait don't say not that I care. Say you care.
Oh,
That's how
okay.
you do it. And that's how you do that
No,
because so many people say, "Oh, they're killing me in the comments," and I will have a question, but not that I care. If you didn't care, you wouldn't ask. Say you
that's
care, and
true.
then this is how you
That's
learn.
true.
All right.
Okay, I do
What?
care, but I just want to know, like, realistically today, like, Miss Miss J, are you currently like, are you married? No disrespect to you. I know you're an elder. I do apologize for asking, but are you like married? Do you have are you dating around in like the scene of what's out and about these days?
Jay Washington, she's asking you.
Oh, you on
You
mute?
on mute, Jay. You on mute,
Will
Jay. She's
you
just curious.
will you repeat her question? She got cut off for me. Will you repeat it to me, Shannon, please?
Yeah. We just curious. Are you currently married, divorced? Or are you dating around right these days? How you doing
Uh,
out in these dating streets?
Divorced and trying not to be out here in these streets. I
They
don't want
coming
to
for
get.
you.
I don't want to. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you. The streets say you can't run
I,
from the streets. They coming.
I don't want to put my business too much out there, but I feel like people need a little bit of sincerity out there.
Yes.
I'm divorced and I haven't had sex for
Oh,
5 years because I am trying to do things differently. I'm willing
Right.
to forego that to try to see if things can be different. If I have a certain if I move a certain way. Does that
Okay.
make
So, Kay,
sense?
go ahead, Kay. So there's your end. Did you have what's the end to the question, Kay?
That was just all I wanted to know because I know for
Okay.
a fact, I know for a fact for me, as I'm a little younger, whatever, it's a lot of
Hello,
games.
motherfucker.
It's a lot of people that are. I hate these background noises. Um, a lot of games, a lot of people that like to um put you in a like corner of like, well, if you're not gonna be with me, you're not gonna find nobody better than me. Like I'm the best that's out here. You don't even know. Like the streets is I'm like, I know what the streets look like. I'm out here with you. I can see there's not much to choose from. But if you're not it, somebody has to be it. I can't just be out here settling for you because you think that you're the best, but that's your thoughts. It's not reality. That's what I've learned from my experience, and it's hard. It's a little tough, but we're working on it.
There you go.
Hey, Kay, where you live?
I live in Florida.
Who, me?
Okay. No. I was asking Kay because she mentioned that there's not a lot out here to choose from, and I say I believe it is a lot out there to choose from. I think.
Oh no, I'm talking about in general for like
Shannon,
for marriage.
is she?
That I've seen.
Can I say one thing before you leave?
I don't think y'all. I think y'all just gonna be saying stuff all night.
I'm gonna go ahead and go. It's getting a little late, and I have to get up very early. But I also wanted to say, yes, I do feel that women have been out of order, and on the flip side of that, I did say when I asked Nathan, in a roundabout way, that men are out of order as well. When I asked him if a man is a leader, if he's pursuing a sexual relationship with a woman who is not his wife. And he said, no, that man is not a leader. So already right there, I'm saying to Kay, both are responsible. Both should be held accountable. But scripturally, our Creator holds the male more responsible because he puts the man above the woman. But I do agree that on earth, we are in 2022, we are both responsible. Women are out of order. At the same time, any man who is pursuing a woman sexually, but not for marriage, is out of God's order. Good night, beloveds.
And I definitely appreciate you, Jay Washington and Kay. It's been a delight. I know you're young. She gone already. Gentlemen, we made it.
Made it.
I survived Kay. Save your tears, man. That's the new slogan right there. Save your tears. Great discussion, gentlemen. I appreciate you guys for hanging out and rocking out. And everybody that's left already, I do understand it is late. For you guys that tuned in tonight, it's been another great show of King Talk. Make sure you guys follow Shan and Rio will be. I think Amber said you're gonna be taking pictures too, right, Rio?
Yeah. Hey, listen, I bring my camera everywhere I go.
Yeah, that's what you got to, man. It's the same way, man. I bought a bag that's served me well, man. So when I'm gonna try to get out there this weekend, though, man. Definitely get out there. Anyhow, shout out to my guy, Construct Icon again. He the one that's did this woodwork for me right here. Still waiting on that Lapeef Network, man. You know, we'll talk, but nevertheless, gentlemen, thank you. Y'all enjoy your evening. It's been a pleasure for you guys blessing the platform with your presence. And yeah, catch us on the next King Talk every Tuesday at 8:30 Central Time. All right, y'all.
Appreciate
no
you, brother.
Y'all struggling, man. Y'all good?
Hey.
No, I'm just.
I know it's still early on your end, Shan. I know you it's
11.
What is it?
11:20.
11:23. Yeah.
So it's almost 2:30 over here.
Oh yeah, it's 1:23. Not real. You'll be all right, man. You know, it's a little something.
Yeah.
Ain't that bad. All right, y'all. Catch y'all next time. Hit that like button on y'all way out, man. Appreciate the panel again. Thank you guys. See y'all in Atlanta, August 5th, August 6th. We out. Ladies, save your tears. Save your tears. Appreciate y'all. Y'all should make sure you hit that like button on y'all way out, man. It's been a great show. I love y'all. I seen some people saying they love me in the chat. I love y'all too. Without you guys, we would not be where we are. If you're coming to Atlanta, I can't wait to meet you guys. If you're not, get your tickets. It's August the 5th, August the 6th. Support the network. We love y'all. Let's go. Save your tears, y'all. Save those tears. We don't want to see them. Save them. Shout out to all my truck drivers out there. Y'all make sure y'all be careful out there on that road. Shout out to all the truck drivers. Also give a special shout out to all the people that's on third shift right now. Y'all make sure y'all be safe out there. If you're heading home from second shift, shout out to y'all too. You and your life, baby. Gang, I see you, mods. I definitely appreciate the work y'all doing out there in the chat. Appreciate y'all holding down the chat. Welcome to the Lapeef Network, the greatest network ever. Save your tears. Save your tears. Shout out to Big Bad Boy. I see you. Again, I love y'all. Make sure you hit that like button on y'all way out. Shout out to the greatest network ever, the Lapeef Network. It's the last track, y'all. It's the last track. Hit that like button, family. Appreciate you guys. Welcome to the Lapeef Network, the greatest network ever. Make sure y'all get y'all tickets August 5th, August 6th. We are live in Atlanta. The Lapeef experience is taking over Atlanta. ATL, baby. ATL, A-Town, stand up. love y'all, man. Hit that like button on y'all way out. Just tuning in, you too late. Catch the replay. Welcome to the Lapeef Network, the greatest network ever. Get your tickets to ATL August the 5th and August the 6th. The Lapeef Experience taking over Atlanta, y'all. Come on, y'all. Get y'all tickets. Get y'all tickets. Get them plane tickets. Let's come on. Come on. What y'all waiting on? Let's go. I see you, JB. All right, y'all. It's been real. This is King Talk. I'm signing off on y'all.